ये कौन कौन Should we start? Let's get started because ma'am has to leave. So let's get started. Start with the introduction.
We have decent crowd as well. थोड़े लोग और आ जाएंगे थोड़े. So very good.
IIT है ना सब.
Do you have WIT 5 minutes presentation? मैं नहीं आपके पास
नहीं मेरे पास
मैं अपना लगा देता हूँ.
it is
I would say we'll introduce and then I will just speak about मैं
उसी लगा नहीं इंट्रोडक्शन स्लाइड्स नहीं आई है.
नहीं इधर है this way you can just down folder में
एक सेकंड ना ये जस्ट मुझे
ये सीमा डॉक्टर
प्रोजेक्टर
सीमा
से आ रहा है. हाँ ये मैं म्यूट कर रहा हूँ.
इंट्रोडक्शन वाली लगवाओ ना.
दूसरी वॉच का बॉक्स के पास है.
दूसरी
ये वाला है पोस्ट इंट्रो टू वर्कशॉप ये वाला है.
वो केस स्टडी
यही है इंट्रोडक्शन यही है.
This is the
Okay, we'll start. Just 1 minute and then. Which one is better?
this picture presentation.
Departments and
Yeah, where I show you for the systems.
क्या ना पड़ेगा. Okay. अच्छा. Okay, good morning all. Yeah, let's get started. Okay, good morning. Welcome to IIT Bombay. And today on 1st June, we are going to have this workshop one day, very important workshop. So it's called MedTech Mitra and Patent Mitra. Actually, it's a brainchild of ICMR DHR. And you know, ICMR is doing like a very enormous job to keep our country healthy. During COVID, they showed that how they can take a lead, and with their partnership with Indian pharma company gave us vaccine on time so that we all can roam freely. And that 9 month was a remarkable job done by entire ICMR team entirely. So I would first like to thank the team of ICMR visiting us and helping the country in moving forward in Swasth Bharat and Atmanirbhar Bharat in healthcare. Right. So this health technology assessment and medical innovation patent mitra is very important because you see traditionally we lack the innovation in the medtech. Not too many happen for 140 crore people. The innovation that is coming in terms of medical devices are not too much. And ICMR has taken a lead so that they can educate and promote the patenting of the health technology assessment. That's very important for whole nation. At IIT Bombay, we got this opportunity to organize this workshop where lots of startups are working in health tech. And some has come, some are still to come, yet to come. So I would like to invite Dr. Suchita and Professor Leena to just formally inaugurate this workshop, and then we'll go ahead with the formal webinar.
Sure. Thanks for the privilege. Thank you very much. And as I'm hearing, thank you very much. And as I'm hearing about the Patent Mitra, a wonderful initiative from the ICMR, the government and its initiatives which are helping the medical innovations to commercialize and make sure that they're making footprint into the market. The journey here is very important because we have been having patent as I'm talking to them. We as innovators, faculty members and students, and from the Dean R&D office of the IIT Bombay, we know that there are 40% of the patents which are from biomedical side, out of 1700 which are filed and granted. 1700. So you can understand that biomedical side, there is a lot of innovation going at IIT Bombay. But what happens is the clinical trials phase, the making it to come to the commercialization zone. This itself, the biomedical zone, especially because it has a clinical trial kind of a compulsory phase that they have to go. One has to keep a lot of patience in order to go there. And the initiative such like Patent Mitra is going to is nothing but to help you in keeping that patience so that you can sustain it towards going to this journey. And the correct guidance is also guidance and support in doing those clinical trials. Going into the translation side of it is very, very important. From the IIT Bombay side, we would like to definitely work together in order to churn out our own patents so that we can make a very great leap. And I would like to appreciate the efforts by WRCB, Vardhani Research Center for the Biotechnology, which has been formed within the IIT Bombay for the biotechnology innovations to go and make a leap. Should not just remain into the patient publication and patent level itself, just on paper itself. It has to take a leap there. And so I would like to congratulate WRCB in shaking hands with ICMR Patent Mitra to take it forward. We will definitely make all efforts from IIT Bombay, especially the R&D office, to make sure that this journey is smoother for our innovators. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am, for coming here and sparing your time. We really appreciate your presence here. It makes a lot of difference because being in IIT Bombay, if we have the support from the top administrators, then we are able to deliver as Government of India together with the leading institutes. We have a lot of trust and commitment and collaboration with the IITs across the country, particularly my work wherein we have set up centers of excellence at various leading IITs. And a lot of biomedical products are coming out of it. And we are seeing how we can take these technologies from the biomedical innovators to medical institutes. Like then we have set up centers of excellence, advanced research at medical institutes to validate technologies coming from IIT. So it's a very interesting experiment that we are trying to do. And having you on board will really help us. And if you have 5 minutes, maybe I can just give you a brief on what we are trying to do during the entire day, maybe 2-3 slides.
Sure.
So that when you go away from here, you have a full sense of what we are going to do and discuss during the day. Thank you once again, ma'am, and we really look forward to working together.
I wish I had the entire day to spend here, but I will definitely take a gist of it and move on. More importantly, our office also looks into the startup policies too, where more and more encouragement and towards co-founding these startups by faculty and students, ma'am. Now, what happens when they are co-founding it? There are they get to know at the start itself when they are innovating what are the difficulties, what is the need of the hour, and they bring it into the innovation at the start of it itself. And that's very important phase that we are going into. I should say there are in last FY, we have 40 plus co-founding startups, which is co-founded by our faculty. Out of 750 faculty, just FY 25-26, we reported that there are 40 plus around 40 faculty members who have co-founded.
Wow.
And this number is going to increase because of the policy that
That's great.
And that's bringing up more culture of knowing the need of the hour at the beginning itself.
Sure.
That's
Thank
all.
you, ma'am.
And I wish you all the best for this work.
Thank you so much, ma'am. In fact, ma'am, getting an idea from what IITs are doing, we are as ICMR, because we are the custodians of fostering biomedical research in the country. IITs are doing pretty well, but we want to see how our medical institutes and colleges across the country can also somehow have a startup policy. And in that regard, we have also come out with a startup entrepreneurship policy for biomedical doctors.
Great.
Doctors and faculty across the country, including paramedical staff, and encouraging them to leverage some of these opportunities of taking sabbatical and doing startup work, and even being recognized as for their promotions and all. So that's from the national footprint. We have developed a policy. It was launched by Honorable Minister. And many of the institutes, including AIMS, has now developed their own startup policy, looking at that policy. Many of the institutes are doing that. So we are, as ICMR, we looking at the medical institutes, we are trying to see how we can take some good examples of what IITs are doing. And very, very interesting thing I just wanted to put on behalf of our secretary is that now we were believed to give funding only to the medical institutes earlier. But now whatever we do a statistical analysis of how the funding has gone on merit.
Mhm.
I think more than 50-60% of our funding is now going to medical engineering institutes
Mhm.
who are fostering biomedical innovation. And the kind of funding support that we extend is huge. The small grant is up to the order of 2 crores. Intermediate grant up to 8 crores that we give.
Mhm.
And then Center for Advanced Research 15 crores.
Sajid.
So we are trying to see how we are custodians of biomedical research. It can happen in both places.
Sure.
And primarily together.
Yes.
So we are trying to push people to work together and see
Yeah.
how we can come out with solutions which are clinically relevant also and can be used by public at large. So from that perspective, we really look forward to see how we can work together and
Yeah.
take things to the next level now. Thank you
Glad to
for,
hear that.
yeah.
And let's get started. Thank you.
I'll just take 5 minutes because ma'am also has to rush. So can I have the next slide, please? You want me to move the slides? Yeah, so,
हाँ, next ऊपर का.
so I think everybody knows that this is a journey of technology development and it looks very simple, 3 eyes. We always start when you have to develop some kind of product or innovate, you start your journey from unmet need. You try to put in proposals to get some kind of funding, and we have the 3I process wherein you identify problems from the clinical hospitals, particularly day to day. You do a clinical immersion, try to understand what is the unmet need, try to develop solutions around it. You look at what are the existing solutions available in the market and then try to develop products in the white space. So that's the primarily identify phase, and then you develop some kind of proof of concepts in lab. This is the invent phase. You try to develop some prototypes, try to approach the regulator, understanding the regulatory pathway, converting the proof of concept into something which is in line with the regulatory requirements as well. Getting the approvals from regulator and then you commercialize your product and the product is used by people at large. Do you think the journey is that simple? The 3I process moves like that. It's like a smooth runway and you think of an idea and boom, in 2 years you are able to develop a product which is used by people at large. This is primarily not the clear thing. When we talk to innovators, it's not that easy. It's not that easy. We know that pretty well because we have worked with startups for many, many years with the Stanford India by Design journey and all. So what we generally see is that we have a funding in institutes. You use the funding. I'm not talking about the startups primarily. I'm talking about academic projects. When you try to develop some proof of concepts, we are very good at doing that basic R&D, developing proof of concepts that work very well in lab settings. But converting this proof of concepts into regulatory compliant product, which can be used by people at large, doing a systematic evaluation of those products from public health perspective, comparing them with other products which are existing, and doing that clinical effectiveness evaluation, doing that cost effectiveness evaluation, doing clinical studies for them, and then proving that product really works is the real thing which convinces the government to take those products and recommend them for procurement. So what we generally see is that this is a vicious circle which innovators go through. Funds get exhausted and generally we see a bucket full of proof of concepts trying to go to the next stage, and we don't generally see many of those products scaling up. So that's where we thought we need to see how we can break that dent and try to bring products to the market, use the public funding to develop products which can be used by people at large. That's our basic mandate. Here you, ma'am is here, we know you have lot of industry, you talk a lot to the industry, you make startups here as well. But when we talk to medical institutes, most of our country, there is no crosstalk between academia and industry. Academia will work on their own. Industry wants to talk, but maybe that bridge is not there. So, and we also see a lot of publications already done. So there are a lot of those issues wherein we believe that this is also very much required that you need to have. Can I have it in the bags? Oh, sorry. I think
मैं कर
it's a
लेती हूँ।
problem. Can I
कोई बात
just go to the back slide? So basically what happens is in the previous slide. So what we are trying to see that can there be some organization, some systems we put in place which makes you systematically talk to the industry. Can we have the HTA system also built in? Can there be somebody who helps you with the patent drafting, filing, helping you talk to the industry? So help you with all these things. Can government be a partner to you? So that's our intent. Next. So keeping that in view, we have very, very structured engagement during the entire day. ICMR, DHR, both of us have come together on the way to talk to startup innovators primarily, because this is the hub sign in here and we believe a lot of startups are interested to use these opportunities that we offer today. So today we will be telling you briefly about funding opportunities, also about two leading initiatives of ICMR, the Medical Innovations Patent Mitra, which will be your helper, facilitator, a friend for patent evaluation, drafting, filing, prosecution, and tech transfer, industry engagement, all at the expense of the government by using national platform. Wherein we take no stakes from any innovator, no stake in IP, no stake in royalty, nothing. We just want to see how our country can go to the next level. We go rise up in the global innovation index and we can make that stride. Then comes the MedTech Mitra initiative. We will be telling you about this initiative also today, how it helps you talk to the regulator to understand regulatory strategy for your product. Specifically 101, how our network of clinical study sites can be leveraged for doing clinical studies pan-India. We have 80 sites across the country. And there also we can help you in drafting clinical study protocols, doing those clinical studies, and how those effective, the data that is generated through these studies can be passed on to HTA segment of our ICMR DHR. And they do this assessment, independent assessment of cost effectiveness, clinical effectiveness, make policy documents, and as central government recommend those, use these policy documents are used for public health procurement by the states, because state is because HTA, the public procurement is a state subject. We have madam here, we are very thankful to you to have come here from AFMC. They are the nodal centers for HTA. He will be telling you deep dive about HTA. Next slide. We also have now officials coming today from Indian Patent Office, ma'am. I didn't tell you this, that we have officials also coming from Indian Patent Office today. We will be sharing the best practices they follow for as part of Indian Patent Office, or to be able to file a appropriate patent and give you an idea on different forms of IP. Why I made this slide is because we only talk about patents. We also need to see from startup perspective, you need to build a portfolio around your invention. And not only think about filing in India. So this is an example of a product NeoBreath by a startup company, Windmill Health Technologies, wherein just to give you an idea that how a portfolio is built around an invention, they filed patent in India, then PCT, lot of national phase filings. The trademark, the NeoBreath was protected through trademark, external aesthetic features through design. Some information was kept as trade secret. The digital part of the product was, and the leaflet was protected through copyright. So just to give you an idea on different forms of IP, I thought I'll give you an example here, and you will be listening from the horse's mouth. The IP officials will be coming and speaking to you and trying to sort your queries as well. Next. Now, this is my last slide. So we are expecting, we have lot of expectation from us to be able to deliver what we have come here. We believe that by the end of the day today, we expect lot of outcomes. First, of course, in terms of engagement. Once we talk to you in person, we believe we'll be able to gain that trust from you that we are government, we are only the facilitators. And we believe that you will be able to understand how these initiatives can be leveraged, the Patent Mitra initiative, MedTech Mitra initiative. And HTA is of course a very, not everybody is aware about HTA, so we'll try to understand, deep dive into HTA, how it is done, what are the expectations of HTA from the innovator. So how do you generate that data, which is good enough for HTA to evaluate what is the kind of things that they need and what impact it can create. So that we will have very informal discussions also around all these topics. So I don't want to give you any more things. Let's get started. That's all from my side, and thank you very much. And I wish all of you a very happy learning and very interesting sessions as we move forward. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll just give some brief glimpse of. Yeah, so before we really go to the actual session, I just want to give you a glimpse of the center that is partnering with ICMR to bring this workshop together. So this center is called, was called Badwani Research Center for Bioengineering, and
IIT पे वायरलेस
still call it because we
इसमें तो
inaugurated
दिखा रहा है
in March.
वहाँ
So
पे नहीं आ
the
रहा है?
still name has to change. But what this center was doing in its 10 year of existence was catalyzing the translation, research and commercializing it. It's a center constituted with a generous fund from Dr. Ramesh Badwani in
अब लाइव है
IIT, and it focuses in 4 thematic areas: diagnostic, therapeutics, synthetic biology, and medical technology. So right away, there is a synergy with what HTA wants to do and what we are doing at IIT Bombay. Right, so in 10 years of its existence, actually, quite a bit of projects were done, like about 114 patents were granted and 190 has been filed. So a large amount of patents we are doing. Dr. Suchita, you can just look at the work of WRCB only. And we had like quite a bit of fundraise. 18 startup came out from WRCB. So, no, I don't need it. It's okay. I here okay. Right? And 5 technology were licensed that were generated using the the work of IIT Bombay professors. Lots of jobs created and lots of projects were done in these 10 years of existence of WRCB. So it's a small center that created 18 startups led by faculty, and some of those noticeable were you can just one is it's a proud moment for whole nation that we have our own CAR T cell therapy coming out of IIT Bombay research. One of our colleague actually he came up with, and this has reduced this therapy from 3 crore or 4 crore to 30 lakhs. That's a remarkable achievement that he was able to do that, and that was dedicated to the nation by our honorable president. The another one, like even in medical technology, one of our colleague, Professor Debjani Palsi, came up with a microfluidics-based device for sickle cell anemia detection. And that technology was licensed to one of the company, which has gone for approval to CDSCO and ICMR. And once it is approved, they want to roll out to even the resource constraint area of central India, where the things cannot reach. This device can reach for detecting the sickle cell burden. So other startup that came out, I just want to name only a few. Effect made actually making a biodegradable bone screw. That's again a medical device. Then MES scan, actually blood-based Parkinson's detection for aging population. Then there is a sustainability solution also. Urjanova is doing carbon capture and
This one is coming.
utilization. Then the Rajesh Patkar, who is working on the biostimulant that can increase the crop production by tenfold. Then there is AutoSense. Many of these are working on medical technology. Right, so some of those which just in 1 year 4 came up again. One of them is RioHeme, that is again a medical technology that is on the blood smear. They are detecting the blood disorder that are there, including the sickle cell, other blood disorder as well. Nanotherapeutics, actually it's a solution for psoriasis coming from the phytochemicals packaged in a nanoparticle, and you can rub it for psoriasis solution and all those. Right, so after the 10 year of success, this center has now transformed into Vadhwani Innovation and Translation Center. That's our new name is. And it's again, the agenda is empowering the health and bioengineering innovation in India, starting from IIT Bombay. So it was not anymore confined to IIT Bombay. We are going to work as a hub and spoke model. IIT Bombay will be super hub, and then there will be 10 of hubs, and then there will be multiple spokes to that. So the culture of innovation and translation that was initiated at IIT Bombay is going to be propagated throughout the nation. That's we want to. And that cannot be done alone. We have to partner with research institute, with a government body, with regulatory agency, with industry, with all stakeholder or funding agency, very importantly. So we are going to form a strong network of connected institute. The translation of technology is the core aim. And of course, we have to educate the people, the newer, younger generation, to take up such challenging and enterprising job that is going to appear in front of them. And of course, this can be done by nurturing the startup, making the innovation accessible by enabling them, whatever hurdle comes, by connecting to the right partner, we can enable them. So that's the broader vision for India: health security, the self-reliance, empowerment, democratizing the innovation, and of course, the making it accessible. Right, so we have a large component of this Badwani Super Hub. All the bio-related things will work in close collaboration. The Bioscience Department, Koita Center for Digital Health, Sunita Sanghi Center for Aging and Neurodegeneration, and Center for Cell and Gene Therapy. And of course, to connect them, this WITC is going to play an important role, Badwani Innovation and Translation Center. The area are going to be in the healthcare with AI, so diagnostic therapeutics, the cell and gene therapy, synthetic biology, medical technology, diagnostic, and all those. And to support that, we have already a good infrastructure and support system like a Dean R&D office, the SIGN, the research part, and the departments where lots of faculty are engaged in such things, right? So we will be working in two primarily verticals. One will be bioengineering and another will be health and medicine. And of course, nurturing the startup in both of these we are going to have. So of course, the departments will be offering the graduate program and postdoc program. The research center will be doing the research and bringing the technology forward. And then from there, the startup will come and that will be handed over to SIGN to nurture them and take it forward. We are going to have a GLP and GMP kind of lab, preclinical and animal facility. So whole ecosystem that is needed for bioengineering and health and medicine research is going to come under one umbrella. That's what we aim to do that. So that's the idea, is to start with IIT Bombay, propagate across the nation, and finally, let's get the Atmanirbharta in the area of bioengineering and health. I know it's a difficult job, but I believe if we all dedicate ourselves in next coming years, it is achievable. So that's our proud mission, is to make India Atmanirbhar and Sashakt in terms of cultivating prosperity and in the domain of healthcare, and strengthening the research, innovation, and translation in health and medicine domain. Right, so to do that, what we need is this triangular connection: the institutes, the government, and the industry. So we always talk to the government, right? Sitting in the educational institute. At WITC, we are also talking and partnering with industry, so the connection can be established in much better. So this triangular connection will lead to our Samriddh Bharat, and that's what we hope to do that. And one of the objective is also work as an enabler. So today, with this workshop on MedTech Mitra and Patent Mitra, we hope that we will be contributing a little bit towards that knowledge. So I welcome Dr. Suchita and entire team to start the training session in a more formal way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashutoshji. It is great to understand that within such a small period of time, Vadhwani Center has made some good strides. Heartiest congratulations to you and your hard work. So let's get started with this so this session we'll be telling you deep dive about both these initiatives, the Medical Innovations Patent Mitra and MedTech Mitra. My colleague is here, Nidhi is here. She will be giving you a live demo also of the website on how you can use this opportunity to understand this live. We'll give you a live demo and a full day. Our team is there outside this room. We have a live booth today. So if anybody of you, your friends in IIT, around anybody who wants to register themselves and try to understand how it works, get clarity on anything around these two initiatives, we have our booth to help you out with this. So.
ऊपर का
So, since many of you might not be knowing about our organization, then you will have to know.
नहीं
Okay.
अभी होना चाहिए हाँ.
Fine. So just to give you an idea on ICMR, just to 1 minute around it, that Indian Council of Medical Research is the leading biomedical research of the organization of the country. We are the custodians of biomedical research. And we are 100-year-old organization plus old organization. And we, as part of ICMR, we have 27 institutes pan-India. They are all working in different domains, different disease areas, where similar to NIH in the US, where they have different institutes working in different disease areas. So this is just one part of it, but as I mentioned, that more than 70% of our funding is the funding that we give to these institutes is just 20% of what is the amount of grants we get. We are more responsible for fostering biomedical research and translation in the country. So 70-80% of our funding goes to anybody, all institutes across the country who wants to nurture and take forward the biomedical research. Just to give you an idea on ICMR. And it's not just 27 institutes for fostering biomedical research in the country. We have set up centers in different parts of the country. We have these centers. I'm sure this HTA number is not the appropriate one. Madam will be telling you better. We have now more centers added to it. 27 ICMR institutes. For virus research, we have 146 such centers across the country. For doing virus research, we have set up MRUs, MRHRUs in all medical colleges across the country. Because unless we have this network, we will not be able to deliver what we are mandated to do so. And for conducting health technology assessment, we also do it through partners, for which ma'am will be telling you in detail. So apart from ICMR institutes, we also have this network with us, which helps us to deliver what we are mandated to do, to foster biomedical research. This will set the perspective of why we are here and what is the kind of biomedical innovation ecosystem ICMR is trying to build. So what we are trying to do, we just don't want the technologies, the innovations coming out from our country to stay at TRL 1, 3, up to 3. We have very systematically tried to create some initiatives who have a mandate to take technologies, advanced TRLs one by one, to commercialization, and of course, we also want procurement at large for those products which are coming out through the government support. So this is to give you a perspective. We have the whatever research funding that we give to the biomedical institutes across the country. We believe that by using that fund, the innovators are able to advance their innovation. They are able to do very good basic R&D to TRL3, the initial proof of concept. In my next slide, I will be telling you about the different kind of funding opportunities that we offer. We also have a first in the world challenge, wherein we want India to believe, our innovators to believe that we can do products which are first in the world. We are not just followers, we are not generics makers. We are also the innovators who can make products which are first in the world. Then, when you reach the technology reaches TRL3, there comes the role of patent and the Patent Mitra Initiative, Medical Innovations Patent Mitra Initiative, by virtue of which we give you hand-holding support for patent evaluation, drafting, filing, connecting with the industry, tech transfers. Then we believe comes the role of MedTech Mitra Initiative. By virtue of MedTech Mitra Initiative, the tagline itself is very much self-explanatory. We are able to make you talk to the regulator to understand what is the regulatory strategy for your product. Convert a prototype into a regulatory compliant product is what is the mandate of MedTech Mitra Initiative, giving you understanding of regulatory guidance, 101 about your invention, helping you conduct clinical studies, help you draft clinical study protocols, connect you with the HTA team to be able to do those studies for you, and somehow recommend your products for procurement by the Government of India. So that's the kind of ecosystem that we have tried to create, very, very systematically thoughtful. So I'll be giving you an idea on all these three aspects on what we do and what we offer as ICMR DHR team. And what we are offering is based on whole of government approach. It's not just somebody has to drive the car, but of course the entire car belongs to the full family who is traveling there. So the kind of initiatives that we are doing, maybe ICMR is the coordinator, but what we are doing is typically following the whole of government approach. We have various stakeholders working together to see how we can help the innovators. Coming to the very, very interesting and important part, unless you have the funding, you will not be able to do much of it. So these are the kind of funding opportunities that ICMR offers. We have a small grant initiative wherein we give funding of up to 2 crores. Then we have intermediate grant funding wherein the funding extended is up to 8 crores for 4 years. Then intramural, I told you, we give funding to our institutes also, but not now. Our institute innovators also have to write proposals which are reviewed, and if they pass those tests, then funding is given to them. So even within our institutes, we have created that competition to be able to foster research within the institutes. Then we also have National Health Research Priority Related Projects, which is driven by ICMR team, and they are based on specific calls. So another slide to give you more clarity on the kind of funding schemes that we have. We have one scheme on Center for Advanced Research also, wherein we give funding of up to 15 crores. And there we want that lot of projects should be worked together under one umbrella. We are trying to create systems wherein lot of products come out from those schemes. So these are the proposals, the funding schemes that we have. Now coming to the enabling schemes, wherein we are trying to hold hands of the innovator and see how we can take them to the next level. We have two major initiatives. One is the MedTech Mitra initiative. The unit which is coordinating this initiative is the MDMS, Medical Device and Diagnostics Mission Secretariat. And we have the Patent Mitra initiative being led by Innovation and Translational Research Unit within the ICMR. Giving you a deep dive into what this initiative is all about, the Patent Mitra initiative. This is the most important initiative for which we wanted to speak to the startups, to speak to the innovators, because generally the startups have a lot of questions in their mind. Whatever they produce, whatever they develop as technology is very, very close to your heart. You have a lot of doubts that why government is doing this much? What are the kind of stakes you may take from us? How do we maintain confidentiality? How we will facilitate tech transfer? will we take any royalty from you? So we are here to answer those questions because we really want to help startups here. You all know that ICMR, when you have to write proposals to ICMR, you have to find out some medical institute or an engineering institute. Because the mandate of ICMR does not allow us to give funding directly to the startups. But these facilitative platforms, with these facilitative platforms, the Patent Mitra initiative, we are able to support all startups by giving them this hand-holding support. And we really wanted to speak to the innovators about it and answer any of your questions. These initiatives are driven by very, very high level values that goes behind why we should do this. We all know that our country is really doing well when it comes to Global Innovation Index. Maybe in the last 10 years, the journey has been very interesting. From 81 to 38, we are here. But friends, if we look at, can we remove this, the one which is moving down? But if we look at the numbers, how well we are doing in terms of patent filing and tech transfer, we are not there as such. We really need to see how we can do much more. These are some of the indicators to tell you that how much India contributes in terms of patent filing vis-a-vis other countries of the world, leading countries of the world. China and US contribute to 46% of the total patents filed in the globe. And our country contributes only to 2.4% of the global patent filings. So this is the global picture, and looking at the tech transfer, it is even low. Then before starting this initiative, we also tried to look at what is the now situation of patent filing and grant in India. In India, as far as biomedical innovation is concerned. And friends, this is a graph which tells you that the blue bars indicates the patent filing in the biomedical sector in India, and green indicates all patent filings in India from the Indian Patent Office report. So you can see that the biomedical patents that we file in our country is relatively very, very less as compared to total patent filings in India. The last 5-year data is there in front of you. And if we look at the grant, how many patents are granted, the right side figure, the patents which are granted in the Indian Patent Office for the biomedical sector is even low. So we are just filing 8 to 9% of patents in biomedical sector in India, vis-a-vis all patents filed, and out of which just 3 to 4% are granted. Matlab 3 to 4% of the total patents in the biomedical sector are granted, which means one, we are not filing enough. Second, we are not filing quality patents. Maybe that's why they are getting rejected by the Indian Patent Office. We also looked at various government schemes of Government of India to understand we should not be duplicating our efforts. We should be complementing. So when we looked at the different schemes of other departments, we could see that most of these schemes are reimbursement schemes. The SIPP scheme is a reimbursement scheme. There is no scheme of the Government of India which is upfront helping you at the government cost to file an application, patent application in India. Not only file, but also support you for prosecution of your patent application, then maintenance of your patent, granted patent for 5 years, and again helping you with connect with the industry doing tech transfer. So end-to-end help straight away at no cost to the innovator. So the important thing here to note is that the innovator does not need to spend even a single rupee when you have to use this opportunity of filing patents through Patent Mitra. It's not a reimbursement model that we offer. So with these groundwork, we came out with this initiative. Our secretary said that this is the high time we should start this initiative, and we came out with this initiative called Patent Mitra, wherein the vision is very, very high. We want to see how we can create this ecosystem in the country wherein we have huge quality patent filings and you don't need to go pillar to post to be able to gauge that funding. So this is what we offer as Patent Mitra. We are here to help you out. We are innovator facing. If innovator has to file a patent through this initiative, you don't need to get any kind of approvals. Maybe just one NOC you need from your from the institute head or from the MDC of your organization. And what we offer is full package of patent evaluation, patentability assessment, drafting, filing, prosecution, tech transfer. Why we are here is we were earlier offering this initiative only to our intramural and extramural grantees. Now we are offering this to all startups across the country. That is the important thing, why we want to talk to the startups to be able to use this opportunity. And any biomedical innovator can use this opportunity, not an individual innovator. The innovator should be housed in an institute. So these are the 5 verticals wherein this, who can use this opportunity, the patent Mitra initiative for patent filing and tech transfer. And this figure is just to make you believe that the people who would be helping you with the drafting and filing will be the professionals who know their job very well. So imagine you are the innovators who you want, and this is the patent Mitra crew, and you want to board this plane and try to see that we want to really make you feel comfortable by this flight, because you can believe that this patent Mitra crew sitting in this flight, driving this initiative are very strong. The initiative is being led by Niti Aayog with very strong wings of department DPIIT, the custodians of where an Indian Patent Office sits. We have partnership with Department of Pharma, and the beautiful thing is on the crew. The main crew is that we have onboarded law firms, 10 law firms. I have a dedicated team. We have a dedicated team in ICMR only working on this initiative 24/7. That's why we are able to show a lot of outputs from this initiative. We have lot of registered patent agents and attorneys with us, 300 plus. For tech transfer, we have registered tech transfer professionals. We just have 32, 34 of such people in the country. And I'm one of them. I am a registered tech transfer professional, apart from being a scientist. So we know our job pretty well. So you can trust us from that perspective. This initiative was launched by Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Sri J.P. Nadda ji, and all the secretaries were there when we launched this initiative, which shows their strong commitment to this initiative. And Madam has left, but I just want to tell you that although this initiative is 1 year old, but we have been working to create a lot of policies and guidelines. Before this initiative came, for 5 years of hard work has gone into building lot of policies, IP policy, guidelines and different stuffs to be able to come out with this initiative. Just to give you a glimpse of various places we have been traveling. This is an important slide because the tech transfer that we facilitate is not only through the portal. We do a lot of technology showcasing, wherein we request the innovators that to come and show their products to the industry, and through national platforms, we create a lot of buzz to be able to encourage industries to look at those products. So we do a lot of physical demonstration also of the products for tech transfer. And this is one of such initiatives in Bharat Health Expo, wherein lot of innovators showed their products and lot of deals got materialized during this showcasing event. So I think this is not of much importance, because for medical colleges, lot of things we keep doing. And the tech transfer generally we do in the presence of dignitaries. Generally, some senior political leadership is also generally there. Here you can see Anupriya Patel, Madam, she's the Minister of State from Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, doing a lot of deals. This is the National Technology Day. We participated, did a lot of tech transfers. 3 deals we materialized during this day. 14 ministries came together and did a common show of technology showcasing, and ICMR Patent Mitra was a part of it. And this is a very interesting event that we did last week. We called it as this is going to be a very regular feature of Patent Mitra. We do Eye to Eye Connect, Innovators to Industry Connect meet, very big conclave, wherein we did 100 technology showcasing of technologies developed by any biomedical innovator across the country. And in this event, we materialized 41 tech transfer agreements we signed with the industry, and 27 technologies we transferred. We have now even started doing material transfers. So MT also we do through this initiative. Just to give you a glimpse of what we do. And this is our report card. We were initiated last March 2025, and just 1 year, more than 1 year we have completed. We have facilitated close to 200 patents filings, and tech transfer is the major chunk, which is for which we feel proud that in 1 year we have transferred 75 tech transfer deals we have done in transferring 42 technologies. And most of the technologies that we have transferred are of public health importance as of now. And every technology that gets registered with us, a flyer comes on our website, and we actively talk to the industry about those technologies. So very big companies have taken these technologies, who have very established credentials like Biologically, or maybe you can see Zydus, Panacea. So they have taken some of those technologies. Merrill is there. We also do center-state collaboration. Recently, we collaborated with Tamil Nadu state government to see that we should not be centrally located, and different secretaries, they all come together to our meetings so that we can all talk to each other and pull this initiative. So these are some of the institutes and industries who have taken help from Patent Mitra, and we are trying to see how we can add more and more logos to this slide, because it's a national initiative and we really want to be helping innovators in their journey. So this is the website, our website. Maybe we do the demonstration right now. I think it will be a good break for the innovators, because listening all together makes you feel sleepy. We'll give you a live demo, just 2 minutes to give you an idea on how it works.
Okay.
So this is our web page wherein once you have to, for any application that you
connected to
file,
an
you need to
internet.
first register yourself.
It
It's
is
very
connected to
standard
an
protocol.
internet.
So this
I'll open
website
Google.
also helps you. So first of all, you need to register yourself, and you need to give us put a registered email. You want to put your email ID because helping you with the patent filing, the confidentiality becomes very, very important. And we want that the conversation with the innovators should happen through their unique email ID.
You can show it.
So every conversation that we do with the innovators happens through your unique email ID. So once you register to our website, you have to tell us about the unique email ID through which you want to talk to us. So here, once you do it, you register yourself, these details you put into the portal. And then you get very unique, specific password which comes to your email ID only, which you can use to enter into the portal. Once you enter into the portal, this is the login page which will come. Once you enter into the portal through the unique credentials which are there in your email ID, you will see this main web page of our website, wherein you need to now choose whether you need to take our help for patent filing or you want to take our help for tech transfer. They are independent to each other. One thing I want to clarify here in the room is that this patent filing and tech transfer, they are independent opportunities. There is no compulsion at any point in time. If you want to file patents to us, it's good enough. Forcefully, we will not take force you to facilitate tech transfers. For tech transfer, you can come to us separately as well. So they are not interlinked to each other. It's all depends upon the choice of the innovator, what help you need from this initiative. So going to the patent facilitation cell, anybody in this room, if you have filed a patent application, a very, very simple thing you need is an invention disclosure. So this is the invention disclosure form which will come, and you just need to tell us about who are the inventors. So whatever information you tell us, we will do accordingly. You have to tell us who are the inventors, who are the applicants for your invention, and the basic details about your invention, and then the technical details about your invention. NOC, of course, is needed. Why? Because although we are innovator facing, but at the same time, we don't want innovator to break the rules. We want that whosoever is the authorized representative of your organization, if you are a faculty, you need to take NOC from Dean R&D. If you are a startup, you need to take NOC from maybe your MD or a CEO of your organization. So anybody from the startup can file, but NOC requirement is there because this is how you are able to inform your bosses that yes, we are going to file an application through Patent Mitra. And once you upload this, these are different formats for different type of applicants. This comes to us, and then comes this email will come to you, and you get a notification that your application has been successfully submitted. Then starts the real work. The people outside and in this room, they will be then contacting you to understand your invention. Once the understanding is done, we will be doing a patentability assessment for you. A detailed report will be shared with you through paid databases, and that you can use for your reference. After patentability assessment, you pass the patentability assessment test, then only we will draft your application. We will not draft a patent application for an invention which is not strong enough and it's not a patentable subject matter. So coming to the tech transfer facilitation part, if you have to file for a patent application, you need to have a invention disclosure. For tech transfer, for patent filing, we can even help you for an invention which is even at the concept stage. But for tech transfer, we are not talking about invention in early stage. For tech transfer, we need your patent to be converted into a prototype or a product, which should be validated technology. So that's how it differs. Technology transfer we do for a technology. Patent filing we can do even for an invention. A concept stage invention can also be taken forward for patent filing. But for tech transfer, you need to have something more tangible. So these are two requirements, and this is how things differ. I think I'll stop here, and I request my colleague Nidhi and Pradeep to give you live demo of this initiative, and then I'll tell you briefly about the MedTech Mitra initiative. Thank you.
They can also try on their phone.
Yes, I'll announce.
Yes. So
Abhi,
आप जाके
yeah,
you can just-
meanwhile, once they are setting up the stage, I can take questions. Yeah.
So madam, why they need to have a SOC from the initiative?
you can sit
Why
with
they
the
have to see a DPID or startup? There is no GOC required from an institute.
Maybe I did not clarify it properly. Thank you for this question. So since we are getting to 5 different kind of clients, 5 different kind of beneficiaries whom we want to help. So this is applicable particularly for faculty innovators. There are people who are intramural grantees who are belong to ICMR institutes, scientists working in ICMR institutes. We have second category of people coming to visiting the portal whom we have funded, extramural grantees. Third category is any biomedical innovator. For your category, the startup, we only need DPIT registration. We don't need anything else. Requirements are different for different kind of people who want to leverage this opportunity. Please believe us because we will not be adding anything extra on you as a burden on your shoulders. We are here to facilitate. So knowing that the DPIT registration you have to just upload and we are there for it. For the startups.
in times like that. Stop share करके
What is
तो यूट्यूब पे चेक करोगे यूट्यूब पे तो होगा दिस इज फॉर दिस ना
this is what
institutes are there in
YouTube is okay.
around, yeah.
आप इसमें
Who are
click
into
करें
pharmaceutical
YouTube is okay.
management, healthcare management,
we have to
and they are also working like academic and industry, collaborative projects on which they are finding AI solutions to some of the, existing challenges. So does ICMR support management institutes like healthcare or pharmaceutical management institutes? Basically, ma'am, we are here to help innovators. Innovator can come from anywhere.
वही चल
नहीं
We
नहीं
will not
यहाँ पे
ask
नहीं आ
you
रहा
from
ना
where you have come. So
अभी ये
your
HTML के लिए काम नहीं कर
your application will come in the category of any biomedical innovator. The any biomedical innovator is institution led. We are not as of
This is
now
good.
helping a biomedical innovator sitting at home because somewhere you have to draw boundary. So any biomedical innovator in your organization who is maybe a faculty or a student, anybody who is there in your enrolled with your institute can apply, can file for an application through Patent Mitra. We support. So the institute should have any kind of certification, is there any eligibility criteria for?
Can you start whatever you want?
There is no eligibility criteria because here we are trying to do, what we are trying to cater to is a national movement, wherein we want to see how the biomedical innovation footprint of our country can go high. So we don't mind at all from where you have come. You should be a resident of India, you should be a citizen of India, trying to do biomedical innovation in India. Even if you have collaborators, we don't mind. We just want that a patent coming in India, innovation coming in India, innovator working in India. If they need help, we government should support them. So that's a very, very broad mandate that we are trying to get at.
ऐसे होता नहीं फिर से
So I have raised one query regarding whether my innovations will be requiring clinical trial or not. So but say I didn't receive any response, though I received acknowledgement. It's already now more than 1 month. But I have not received any response actually. So in that case, like what we should do?
Basically, you're talking about MedTech Mitra, not Patent Mitra. So in MedTech Mitra, whatever your query is, there we have, in 2 years, we have talked to 800 plus innovators. And there, it's a much more complex system than Patent Mitra. Patent Mitra is primarily driven by ICMR team. It's not, we have very limited partners there. So whatever we have to offer, we offer on our own. But as far as MedTech Mitra is concerned, we need to have regulators on board. We need to have a full board of people coming together, talking to the innovator 101. So which we do twice in a month. We have 15 to 20 innovators lined up, around close to 30 innovators. We line up for talking, we call them for MedTech Mitra meetings, in a month. This is the maximum we can handle. 3-4 hours we make regulators sit with us, in one meeting. 4 hours. So 8 hours they dedicate to us.
Is there any
So
way?
sometime
Yeah.
we apologize for that, but you have to wait for your turn. But of course, we'll definitely, you can, after this meeting, you can give me a reference number. We have to go by sequence only. We don't have a choice on every innovator is equal to us. So from that perspective, I can just check where your application is and what is your number. And then give you an idea on when we will be calling you for that
That will
interaction.
be really nice. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am. So is the patent grant and the search limited only to India? Or is it global applicability, the patent search?
One very important thing which I forgot to tell all of you is that one more very good advantage that this Patent Mitra offers to startup is that for every application we file, we will be putting in money for expedited examination as well. So it won't be a routine pathway of patent filing. There's a huge lot of money which goes into expediting application. So every application which goes through Patent Mitra, we will be following the expedited route. Filing will also happen within a period of 3 weeks, maximum 4 weeks, including patentability assessment, drafting, filing. And every application which we file, we have been granted approval by our bosses that we can spend money for expediting each and every application which comes through Patent Mitra. So this is again a very, very important thing startups should know. And coming to your question, I just forgot.
So I was asking, is the patent search or patent search limited only to
Yeah,
India?
as of now, the patent Mitra is limited to India because charity begins at home. You can see the situation which we want to increase. Really want to see how the biomedical footprint of our country can increase. But searching we do international, of course, because patent novelty has to happen. It has to be an absolute novelty. So the searches that we do is on paid databases wherein we look at the entire globe on the patents wherever are filed. And don't worry, this is in our mind. We may open up for PCT as well, but not beyond that. Why? Because we believe that after PCT, it is a decision, it is a business decision of the company on where to file. We don't want to spend government money in national phase filing, which is a huge, huge expense. And it is linked with the business strategy of a company. And we believe that decision companies should take on their own. That much pain should happen in their pockets to be able to invest money and go into national phase filings. But be with us, maybe in some time for selected cases, we may also do PCT. But as of now, it is for Indian application only.
Thank you, ma'am. So I think you answered many of my questions. One question was about the eligibility of certain
Sure.
startups. If they are not working out of an institute, but they are registered with an incubator, is the incubator's NOC necessary? Or is
No,
that
no,
sufficient?
nothing is required from incubator.
Oh.
There is a section, Nidhi can clarify, there is a section wherein you have to name the incubator.
Okay.
Because sometimes the incubators may also get scared that their numbers are decreasing. So somehow we have kept a section wherein you have to just name that from which incubator you have come. So if they want to pull out that data from the name of the incubator, how many patents have been supported or filed through that incubator, we can pass on that information to them. But no NOC required from incubator. Startups are very independent.
Got it. So
When,
if
they
they
are-
are registered with an incubator, but they are not sitting out of an institute,
Sure.
will patent Mitra still support them?
For the startups, you just need to be DPIT registered,
Okay.
wherever you are. We will not ask those questions to you. The DPIT registration is the only thing we need for a startup. Wherever you are incubated, we don't have any question around it.
Ma'am, I have also a question.
Sure.
Will you support US or outside India patent?
नहीं, अभी नहीं करेंगे सर।
वो करिए,
अच्छा।
क्योंकि हम पेटेंट कर रख लिए यहाँ पर और यूएस में बैठ के
आप
सारा
करेंगे ना सर? मिलके करेंगे।
बिल का
As of now,
like a US patents are
Sure,
expensive.
sure.
I also here, I have filed Indian patent.
Sure.
But जब US patent का प्राइस बताते हैं तो थोड़ी हिम्मत डोलने लगती है.
But basically, what is happening is that we want to cater to volumes of our country. So as of now, we are doing this experiment with a limited budget. But over and over again, we'll see how we can support. We can even explore with DOP. Because that might not fall under our mandate, but since we have a lot of collaboration, those things we can explore. And with
No, I'm
other
not talking
partners
about
as well.
ICMR or DOP or
Yeah.
IIT. We are talking for India that we need to
Yeah.
protect our IP globally, not only in
Of
India.
course, that makes a lot of sense. Any other question? I think you can give a demo and then we'll continue the conversation.
In our institute, we
Yeah,
also
good morning, everyone.
try to do it.
So I think when we are giving the demo, so I think parallelly you people can open your phones and laptops, and I think you people can register so that you can understand both. So in Google, you people can type patent Mitra.
Just one second, 1 second. So everyone, this is an activity. Please put out your phones and your laptops or any device. You can log in with us as we give the demo. So first we'll go to the browser and we can just search Patent Mitra.
This is the first link is our website, Medical Innovations Patent Mitra. So here I will just tell you that at any time, at any point of time, if you face any issues with our portal or anything, so we have dedicated mail ID. You can show us that. So we have this dedicated mail ID, patentmitra.hq@icmr.gov.in. At any stage, if you face any issues, you can write to us. So we are actively checking this website and we'll respond to you. So now coming to like how you can register, like you come on Patent Mitra homepage, and if you want support for patent filing or tech transfer, you can click here. So as any other website for first time users, you have to register. So for first time, you have to register using this link and you'll get the details on your mail ID. And then you can log in using your mail ID given to you.
Now this
So
is
when you're registering, these are the type of questions it will ask: your first name, last name, email ID, and user type. So let me clarify, user type you can just expand. So as Dr. Suchita has been telling you, these are the various user type, ICMR extramural. These are like if you're applying for patent filing for a project which has been funded by ICMR, you have to select ICMR extramural. Otherwise, any of the category. I don't know why startup category is also there.
So startup is here. It is separate from institute. If you are from an institute, then you have to click institute. And if you are from a startup, then you have to click startup.
So you can fill all these basic details and register.
So once you register, you'll receive temporary passwords and credentials. Those will be one time. You can enter those and create your account. So once you have created your account, this will be the link. You can just log in, and this will be the home page.
On the home page, there are two cells, patent facilitation and technology transfer. So if you want support for patent filing, you have to click on patent facilitation cell. And if you have a technology, as Dr. Suchita already mentioned, that if you have a technology for which IP is already being filed and it has been validated, you can apply for tech transfer support by clicking tech transfer facilitation cell. So we'll go through patent facilitation cell first. So here, as you can see, sir, once you click patent facilitation cell, this invention disclosure form will open. So this form has three parts. First part is administrative details. Second part is technical details. And third part is undertaking. So you can go. So here you can select type of, like most of the if you select type of applicant, this undertaking form will come. So first I'll show you the administrative part.
We can.
First I'll show you the administrative part. So in this part, you have to fill the applicant details, like what are the type of applicant you are. Then is there any co-applicant for your application? Then inventor details, you have to fill this carefully, who all are the inventors. And if you have sought any external funding or you have any collaboration, you can click yes here. Yeah, if you have any applied for any external funding or if you have any collaboration with any institute, you have to fill that details. And besides that, if you have any agreement, that also you have to upload, because as you all know what happens, like in case of collaboration and funding, sometimes the opposite party, they also have co-ownership in the patents. So that has to be filled properly. So after filling this administrative details, you have to fill the technical details, like what is the field of invention, subject area, then publication details, and if there is any prior disclosure, you have already disclosed your invention in any conference, all those details have to be filled on right side. Down. Then background of the invention, like what is the problem statement, then what are the current technologies which are available for same problem. All these basic questions you have to fill. Then brief abstract about invention, keywords related to invention, novel features of invention, use of invention, if you have any alternatives, working of invention, advantages over the existing products and solutions, level of invention, commercialization data. Like if you think that any companies who would be interested in your invention, you can fill that. Then images and diagrams of your prototype. And then this is the section disclosure regarding related work. Sometimes like you have already filed the application and you're filling the second application for your project. Then you can give details of the earlier application here. And next. Now coming to the undertaking part. So as we already told that our platform is innovator facing. So innovators can apply on this platform. But however, to keep the institutes in loop, we have kept this provision of undertaking, wherein you have to get, download this undertaking and get it signed from your director. I'll show you that. So we, based on the type of beneficiary, like whether you are a startup or biomedical innovator, we have these different templates. So like this is the template for intramural scientist, and you can show the template for biomedical innovators.
This is for startups.
Startups. See, this is the undertaking form for startup. So as you can see that in this undertaking form, I will request you that you fill the name of the applicant and inventors carefully. Because like, so that this inventorship issue doesn't arise later on. So kindly fill this name of all the inventors carefully in these undertaking forms. As you can see that this startup undertaking form has to be signed by MD or CEO or any authorized signatory. For like MD or CEO can authorize any person to sign these forms. Then the next, you can see next form. Like MD or CEO can authorize a signatory and he can sign this form, and then authorized signatory can fill the undertaking. Now biomedical, similarly, we have this form for biomedical innovators also. Biomedical innovators.
Yeah.
So that has to be signed by, this is Medical College of Biomedical Innovators. It has to be signed by directors of the institute. Okay, so that's all. So do you have any questions so far?
So while filling, can this form be saved at any point or only
Yes.
after the?
Yes, like initial, if you see like in the administrative details, some of the administrative details you can fill and then save at that stage.
So over the asterisk marked fields, you have to fill and then you can save the draft.
The fields marked with asterisk, you can fill those fields and save the form. And then keep on filling the other information later on.
So just to add answer to your question, the invention, the closure form. I mean, every the application can be saved in process. Yeah, that work in progress can be saved at any point in time.
Now, I'll also
Okay.
now, I'll quickly go through the tech transfer form now.
Hold the-
So Pradeep, can you show the tech transfer? So in tech transfer form also, like you have to fill, this form also has like three parts, as in mentioned disclosure form. Like in first part, you have to fill these administrative details, like who is the applicant, then inventor details, funding details. And then second part is technical information. So I just want to mention here that if so you people use, so this website is under development. So we have already opened the portal for biomedical innovators and startups, but it is not appearing as of now. Within a week, it will start appearing. So by that time, if you have any technologies which you wish to transfer, you can write us to us on mail by that time, but within a week, it will start appearing. So here also we have these administrative part, and then details of the technology. Like as we mentioned that we want that all the technologies we are transferring for growth IP should have been filed. So we have to mention these IP details and then validation status. So as per our guidelines, we prefer technologies which have been validated by third party. So all those details you can mention in validation status and out. Now here also we have then undertaking form, which has to be. So here also we have this undertaking form, which you have to get it signed from your director and upload, and startups can get it signed from MD and upload these documents. So once you apply for these like patent filing, our team will get in touch with you, will understand the invention, do the prior art search, and then we'll move on to patent patent drafting. At each stage, our team will be in touch with you. So we'll get the patent draft also vetted by you, and then we'll do patent filing. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Just I'll take 5 minutes maximum, and after that we have a tea break. So because we have to tell about both, Patent Mitra is over. I just take 2 slides, 2 minutes to tell you about the MedTech Mitra initiative. यही चल रहा
ये चल रहा है।
है। Is it required? I think it's fine, required. So about the MedTech Mitra initiative, basically it's a very basic, very important initiative which you all should know, because for innovators to develop products, prototypes is very easy, but talking to the regulator, we were earlier struggling that US has a mechanism of having pre-IND discussion. You can speak to the regulator early on, but there was no such situation in India. But this MedTech Mitra initiative is a very, very collaborative, interesting initiative wherein you, rather than going to the regulator later, once you have done all these studies, you can go to the regulator through this initiative early on to understand your regulatory strategy as an advice from the regulator, and then do your studies and later on again submit your documents which can then be reviewed by the regulator. And we are very sure that once you follow this strategy of having early interaction with the regulator, understanding the regulatory strategy, then doing study and then submitting the documents, then probability of back and forth with the regulator and getting those things done will become relatively much more easy. So the tagline of this initiative is self-explanatory, wherein we are trying to provide hand-holding support to medtech innovators for clinical evaluation, regulatory facilitation, and uptake of new products through HTA. So this is a very, very interesting tagline wherein we have made a very strong and bold statement on what we are going to offer to the innovators. And it's a ICMR CDSU collaborative initiative. You might have seen these valleys of death wherein in the innovation cycle, Dr. B. Ravi was the initial person who made this figure wherein if somebody has to innovate, he has to cross these barriers, these valleys of death, and innovator would often fall into these pits while developing the technology. Early on, from idea to POC, the valley of death is relatively less deeper. Once you go forward in the technology development cycle, these valleys of death become more deeper and wider. And this figure of having bridges over the valleys of death maybe is our USP, wherein we want to tell you that for innovators to develop technology, now you have a bridge over those valleys of death, and we want that your journey of product development should be as smooth and interesting as it could be. You have a highway for you to drive through the innovation process, and you have friends to take your hands cross these valleys of death. So that's the intent of this slide, wherein for developing a regulatory compliant product from idea to proof of concept and from proof of concept to prototype, particularly in the medtech sector, there are a lot of tests that your device has to go through. There are a lot of compliances your device has to go through. The test batch has to be manufactured into a QMS facility, ISO 13485 facility. The tests you have to go through are EMI, EMC testing, or from electrical perspective, mechanical testing, radiological testing. So a lot of testings you have to go through. And here as MedTech Mitra, we are able to help you with those studies, with those tests at the cost of ICMR. We have set up Center of Advanced Research to only do these testings. For regulatory compliance, we are here to give you advice on the regulatory strategy. That is the first part of it. From prototype to product, we are here to facilitate preclinical, clinical studies for you, help you develop clinical study protocols. So coming to the last bridge, comes the time when you have received the manufacturing license, but still, unless you get a market, there's no value to, particularly for the startup. So here we have the HTA arm of it, wherein they will be evaluating the data you have generated to create a policy document, do a very systematic health technology assessment. And we also have GEM onboarded to help you with the GEM registrations, because that's again important. So as I mentioned that these greens are thicker and thinner at the various places, it is reflecting the kind of support the MedTech Mitra is committed to give you at different places, because we should commit to give you support in the areas wherein we have more strengths as ICMR, as CDSCA. So here we believe is the major chunk wherein we can give you support in terms of the regulatory strategy, in terms of clinical studies, preclinical studies, wherein ICMR is very uniquely positioned. And of course, HTA is very much there. So this is how we position ourselves. And just to give you an idea on how this is based on whole of government approach, the appropriate kind of regulatory bodies, government organizations who have a mandate to play their role in that section have been brought together to truly reflect the whole of government approach, a Team India approach to help innovators. So just to give you a deep dive into how we facilitate, once an application comes to us to MedTech Mitra, we have a specific query. We ask you that what is the kind of help you need, because it's a whole of government approach, lot of things we can facilitate. So innovator would be telling us, yes, I need help in this area. That is your query. So once you come to us at early stage and you need some kind of help in doing pre-compliance gap analysis, understanding what are the kind of standards applicable for your invention, we facilitate that through our partner AMTZ, and they will be coming in touch with you to understand your invention product. They will be telling you what number of products they need, what are the kind of tests they will facilitate, and funding for conducting those tests will be given by ICMR to AMTZ. Innovator does not have to pay. Coming to the next stage wherein you need any kind of regulatory advice, CDSC officials themselves will be giving you a regulatory advice, and that advice will come to your mailbox in writing. We have also onboarded AERB because some of the hand and X-ray devices which came to us needed guidance from AERB. So we requested AERB to partner with us, and they came to give advice to those innovators who needed AERB clearance. So you can see AERB is here. PRIP scheme of Government of India, Department of Pharma, and the MedTech mission of ANRF. They are also using MedTech Mitra and Patent Mitra initiatives as their enablers. So if there is a funding proposal approved by DOP, Pharma, DOP and under PRIP, they will be recommending those projects to ICMR MedTech Mitra to guide with the regulatory strategy or cross-validate the regulatory strategy, clinical strategy, preclinical strategy. So we work hand in hand with different government departments as well. We sit in their committees and there is a lot of crosstalk between different government departments. So coming to the preclinical clinical evaluation, we have a network. We have ICMR NARF BR, which is a 100-acre plus facility in Hyderabad, only dedicated to conduct preclinical studies. So we request them to conduct preclinical studies for you. And clinical study is very, very important, where our strength lies as ICMR. During COVID times, we developed a network of clinical study sites. Now we have expanded it to 80 plus sites. And under the Mahashakti mission, we will be expanding it to 1000 plus sites, clinical study sites, to be able to conduct preclinical and clinical studies for the innovators. So here we are able to do it through our partners, 80 partners we have as of now. And HTA I will not be touching upon because madam is here. She will be telling you deep dive into what is HTA, what are their partners, how do they conduct the study, what is the evidence they need to be able to conduct HTA. And coming to our report card on what is all we have done so far in 2 years is basically this is our report card, wherein in last 2 years we have talked to 742 innovators. 70 test license applications my team has facilitated. Our team at ICMR, we have stretched our boundaries. We are not regulators, but my team sits with the innovators, look at your documents, and we will help you file test license applications on CDSU portal, NSWS portal. And 72 such test licenses we have facilitated. It's a very, very interesting thing for even for IIT startups because they were not knowing how to do it. Then this incubation support through Atal Innovation Mission we have given to 15 innovators. Regulatory guidance is the major chunk. Close to 600 applicants have been given hand-holding support, a clear regulatory strategy to follow. And for clinical studies, it takes much more time than other things. So there are 10 such lined up and 8 manufacturing licenses we have facilitated, 1 HTA study completed. And I've been told by HTA team that 2, 3 are about to be finished and we'll be sharing those reports with you soon. So that these are the key outputs. This is our site. These are our sites for doing preclinical study and the 80 sites that we have under ICMR intent network. We have a complete unit, a clinical studies and trials unit in ICMR who is only bothered about facilitating clinical studies. So full team of doctors, scientists for facilitating clinical studies in ICMR headquarters with the help of 80 sites across the country. And how to approach us is through this online portal, like we have for Patent Mitra, we have for MedTech Mitra. A very simple form you have to fill. I think I'm coming in between your tea, so I think I'll just stop here. These are some of the examples of some of the innovations we have helped. The Ceribo is a very interesting story wherein we facilitated health technology assessment and recommended this product, even talked to the state governments. And I think 6, 7, at least 6 state governments have already started procuring this product. So that's, ma'am will tell you much more about it. That's the strength of HTA. I think that's all from my side. There is a video that we can play if we have time, just to make you believe on startups. When they speak to you, you have much more trust.
Patent Mitra is a fantastic platform to which any innovator can find with. And they've designed a fantastic website as well, to which you can upload all your listings. And they provide assistance before as well as after filing the patent in a very transparent manner. I suggest that everybody, any innovators take their product and patent it to the court with website and the team for filing patent in a very transparent and a manner. Thank you.
Working for ICMR National Institute of Engineering Methodology at Mumbai. And one of the issues are making point of edge for the methodological disorders. In the last 2 years, we have made for A diagnostics and one of the brand. And this year, we come up with 2 more kits, one for gland hyperplasia and the other one for hydrate inhibitor. And Patent Mitra has seen such a big help when compared to the past. They have expedited our patents. They are transferring it to industry. They are introducing us to industry. So now our starters and innovators, they are hitting the market look very high. By slowly time Patent Mitra, I will not do.
Myself, Dr. Santosh Kumar, I'm the director of ICMR National Institute of Research in Bacterial Infection, Kolkata, to the patent leader, draft of patent leader, and has become really revolutionizing the way IPR is being created ICMR and then technology transfer is happening. And today itself, I have 2 technology transfer to industry to be company. So I think this has become like a big boost to the innovation and ICMR. And that's all. Thank you. Thanks to that. I wish to give up my technology product. Yes, it's still working in innovation and ICMR. Telling to very because the technology transfer work and very initiative for India and the institute or the government agency and private company to come together and kind of make our work in ICMR. It is going to make miracles, and this is the true way the government agencies are working to helping to out the startup, and the actual research is going to the world for the market. They're actually people are doing. It's a great initiative by ICMR and looking forward to working to work with together. Take this product to entire world. There's been a good partnership for us at Tigers, partnership with ICMR and the Patent Security. They have been able to fast track the process and we were able to sign the agreement in a very record time frame.
we are really looking forward to the technology in order to take this forward and help with the mission of eradication of malaria.
Hello, I'm Mitra from Biological and Deputy Government Development. I'm very happy to announce that we have signed the agreement with ICMR for development of malaria, salmonella, and Shigella. And this is a momentous for us as in history it has never happened before that ICMR developed vaccines where all people can be benefited with the disease neglected. So and thank you to the ICMR, thank you to the President Mitra, and thank you for all the scientists putting this effort for this global health. Thank you.
So I think we are done with this next one last slide.
Yeah.
So if you have any questions, we are closed for this session and we will be happy to answer if you have any questions. Last slide you can put, yeah, these are the links to our website. The contact numbers are also given. Even a cell number is given. If you have any query, you can talk to anybody from our team. Person will guide you. It's not just landline, we're also giving you a cell phone number. We want you to bother us so that we can help you out. So any questions, or maybe we can take these questions during the tea break. That is also possibility. Fine. Thank you very much for your patient listening. It's been a long lecture, but this is the core thing we wanted to tell you today. Thank you.
Dr. I would like to introduce you to Dr. Srilekha. He is from our Dean R&D office. So, Madam, she takes care of all the technical.
Same, Dr. Singh. This is your presentation, right?
So they were not, they will join later, but they will have interactions with you.
So this is my card. I'll give you my mobile number.
Yeah, sure.
If you have any, in fact, today, anybody from the team can.
That's what I want.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pallavi, we have asked Pallavi, she takes care of that. And she will be here.
Yeah, that's right. You can have some tea and then you can have tea.
Yes, so that we are able to.
Because it's our process, so whether we can improve the process.
Biomedical technologies, ma'am was saying that.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Yeah, sure.
we can probably.
I just one floor up.
One floor upstairs.
That's exactly happy to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
After this lecture, you don't have any lecture, right? Yeah, you can take her.
Yes,
to the
Be nice.
set up the meeting.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'll make some arrangements and then I'll.
Sure.
Let me know. I think 1:30 earlier. Only 1:30 only earlier. My team is there.
Often there is another lecture.
After that, sure.
Standing up between.
Sadhana, ma'am, so if you know Sadhana was.
Yeah.
Because you're. Colleague.
Yeah, he was my predecessor, yeah.
So she came here last, like before she her retirement.
Okay.
There was one event which she gave a talk on.
Okay.
Basically, it was an ethics committee meeting, but then she called it a talk, so she gave it. So somebody from ICMR, we definitely look forward to.
Of course, we are there and now we are talking very robust.
Yeah, it's not, the numbers are quite high.
Record breaking. 75 agreements in 1 year, that too government, that was staying in the.
Yeah. So this technology transfer, you said that you are doing this technology transfer.
What's been particularly, they say it's not for intramural, our rule follow. They follow the institutes of rules of the institute. But for anything coming from your side, for tech transfer, we will only be facilitating the connect. Okay, so rules of the game in terms of what will be the royalty percentages, what should be the upfront. That maybe we'll have to work out. You will have to make that deal. Okay, so some portion you will have to do because we are a facilitator, yeah. So you also do, we also do, that can also be done. Okay, whatever companies come to us industry to take transfer, we have standard template agreements with us. Okay, but the financial terms you can negotiate and you negotiate, you just be the facilitator. Because we don't take anything out of it. Sure.
You need help, Mira? Like here, you need
Presentation आया है. So next presentation is ready. Okay. After that,
The reason I asked
session with Dr. Vijay.
Okay.
And I was very glad to see my institute's name also when I was registering. So my only question was. As a child.
Acha. That's the next presentation.
Next,
Next to next. Where is the other? I mean, like the very,
the next presentation is,
it is already there.
it's there.
Why this is not getting removed? This is green, ये वाला green वाला ना, and this. ये क्यों नहीं जा रहा है?
अभी उसमें दिख नहीं रहा है.
उसमें दिख रहा है.
अभी नहीं दिख रहा है. वो क्या है ना, उसके पहले का उसमें he had changed something.
अच्छा, अभी नहीं
Displaced
दिख
it.
रहा है.
अभी नहीं
Correct.
दिख रहा है.
Okay.
वो ना for some reason I think Pradeep or Sumit, he changed something
अच्छा.
because of which that wasn't that was.
और we have to do duplicate ना in this? ये कैसे स्लाइड है? ब्लैंक है क्या
नहीं,
ये?
वो वीडियो है.
इट्स अ वीडियो. अच्छा हाँ, सॉरी, इट्स अ वीडियो. चलो ठीक है.
अच्छा.
And this audio was also little less than I.
Yeah, last testimony.
I was gonna go on the right, but I'm going to take the middle, that's what happened. That's possible. Then we'll head as a bouncer. Let's make sure. Okay.
Are you doing? Right. So what did you put it? So what do you think?
So Bentic is a lab and antibody course like from concept to initial manufacturing, radioactive or customers for product development, concept checking. It's a lab, depending on what your product comes in, we do for it.
So medical,
Medical device.
device. Sensor, any kind of sensor.
They do work with sensors, not us specifically, but what are you looking for?
What's the name?
Harsh.
Wait, your doctor, PhD or? It's in the, yeah. So, I have my own practice that I can also. But we are in non-clinical preventive care. We are in preventive care. And, like, we are doing like, wait on the person, we predict some kind of personality, and then we make some training, give some fun. They the whole body, like from unknown body. That is like the Indian body. We just push out the body. So what we need to do for each person, make our body ready. Very valuable. But I was thinking, with some medical doctor, what can be developed in there? Some sample, how will we complete motion?
Sensor for what do you like to?
He suppose we have to have something. Not based on our questionnaire.
So it's based on a questionnaire or also physical parameters?
But we have not questionnaire, we get that.
Right, so is it just based on a questionnaire or is it also based on the physical parameters?
That I do.
Okay, so with the sensors that's.
Yes.
Center. Suppose we have identified 5 types of personality based on questioning. We have already done more than 1 lakh data. We have 1 lakh data. We have assessed around 400. It's a very good result. That is very important. We already did 5. One is this train the world. One is
So is this based on the 16 personalities or?
it's something. It's something. Kind of cheap like achievers personality. Withdrawn person, उनका क्या करेंगे सर because we can that's all. You can check the one.
So this questionnaire available on the website or? So you already have been.
Yeah, out of the phase, then they will decide.
At least whatever topic you take this as well.
And we can why need to get your not for I can't hear that. You can announce it. I will ask. Yes.
My daughter is preparing for the meeting, so that's not. They are little bit behind because cousins and then.
Yeah. It's the tragedy actually. It's very sad for the students.
इसके बाद मैडम आपका भी अलग से इंटरव्यू होता है ना?
Yeah, we have our own armed forces panel discussion, panel interview. And we have the medical section.
But initially it is 10%. The next score.
Needs. The mandatory thing is needs score. The merit list is as per needs. I'm the Ministry of Defense. I'm TI of HD Regional Resource Center. I give you my number. And the HR yesterday requested me to represent them. I'm actually about the Ministry of Defense, but I'm associated with HR because of it. The 993. 2549. Yes, ma'am.
Maybe after the. Maybe after that. Otherwise, we will get to take this first.
Good morning to all and greetings to you all from Ministry of Defense. I'm Dr. Seema Patrikar. I'm working in Department of Community Medicine at right now posted at Armed Forces Medical College. And I'm representing DHR. Though I'm from Ministry of Defense, I'm representing DHR, being the PI of the Regional Resource Center at AFMC. I'll be representing DHR on terms of what they have the vision of HTA for the country. And it's okay. You have to press from here. Yeah, so as what you have seen, I think I'm audible. So what you have gone through in the morning on patent Mitra as well as MedTech Mitra, our role comes after it is being clinically evaluated. So our role is at the end stage where that particular product, that particular intervention needs to be put in the health system or needs to be put into the, where policies where government can support it. Government can support it in terms of reimbursement to the patients or in terms of some insurance schemes as that. So I'll just take you before that to a small video.
Upon a time in a small village in the health system,
In this health system village, it consists of different
Volume.
Yeah, I've increased the volume, but.
Yeah.
actors together, even though they may never met each other or not necessarily agree with each other. But their aim is to bring good health to the population. The biggest issue health systems are facing are limited resources and decisions need to be made at different levels.
The application, I need a fast treatment regardless of the course. And the doctor needs to provide it to me because the government tells us we have universal health coverage. So I should have access to treatment.
I have the best possible technology to offer, but it's costly because I invest a lot on research for its development. If society doesn't give me incentives, future patients will be in danger.
Some things are good, some aren't, some are costly. So we need to think seriously about how to make the best use of limited resources. I know what's best for my patients. I know what treatment to provide, and I don't want decision makers or academics telling me what I should or should not do. It's ridiculous. I've been appointed to make decisions for the public. I have the authority to say what should or should not be done. Sometimes academics give me good suggestions, especially those in line with my ideas. But many times it is nonsense. Doctors always have a conflict of interest. Patients are greedy. When they come together, there is rarely an occasion when arguments don't ensue. Will there be any way to make them talk together constructively and find an acceptable option for all? HTA can bring them together and help them discuss. It is a process and system that brings everyone together to discuss different interests and agree on the use of limited resources available, starting with transparent and participatory processes and selecting the most important health issues for their needs. Conduct relevant research based on the best available evidence. Find the best possible solution due to limited information and other constraints. Appraisal of HTA results. Finalizing and presenting results and recommendations. Most importantly, HTA systems can be adapted according to the needs of different countries. What does the HTA system in your country look like?
What this particular video tried to depict was the health system of any country. Number of stakeholders, whether it's a pharma company, whether it's an academician, whether it's a patient, whether it's a doctor, clinician, whether it's the ministry. So you have a lot of stakeholders who have only one aim, that is good health for all. But rarely you can see that all coming together, the decision can never be there, right? So this particular topic that I'm going to speak to you on, the HTA, Health Technology Assessment, tries to speak to each of these stakeholders and do best for the patient. As was being depicted, I'll go through the process in a detailed manner, but it's something that is multidisciplinary, as you have seen number of stakeholders. So it has to be a multidisciplinary kind of a system. It needs to be transparent. It needs to be very systematic. It needs to be participatory, and all together is going to synthesize the evidence to help the decision makers take some decision. Okay, that is what HTA is. If you look at the crux of what HTA is, it's a systematic evaluation of the cost effectiveness and clinical effectiveness of technologies, and it facilitates
evidence-based decision-making to provide affordable, accessible healthcare. So these are two most important domains of HTA, we can say, evaluation process. One is the clinical effectiveness, the other one is the cost effectiveness. Of course, you also have the other domains of it, safety, equity, legal, ethical issues related to a technology. But what it ensures is that only cost-effective, high-impact technologies are adopted by government, and the ones which are ineffective, they can be removed from the system. It reduces unnecessary or ineffective treatments, ensuring efficient use of resources. Because if you look at even if you take a household, we have limited resources. For government also, it's limited resources. If it's putting some money in HIV, it is going to have an impact on malaria. Or if it is putting in some money on a new kind of a disease, in let's say COVID, it has removed money from some other programs. So it's a limited resource. However, the demands are increased. If I, as a patient, if a patient comes to know that yes, there's a good innovation, if a patient comes to know that there's a new cancer treatment available, then you expect that yes, that is something that government should make it available to you, accessible to you, right? That's a demand that is there from every patient or every person who requires to have accessible and affordable kind of treatment from the government. The demography, if you look for India, the demography is changing. We are now tackling with more of non-communicable diseases, longevity of life, which is going to make, people require certain technologies more as compared to the other technologies. So if I look at the, let's say dialysis is a requirement for the country at this given time period. But if you look at the sheer number of patients who are requiring it, is it really possible for a country like India to make affordable kind of dialysis system in the health system to each and every patient who is in requirement of it? It's not possible. So we have to look at our resources and we have to make sure that yes, the best, every money that goes in is really worth that amount, is really giving you something in return. So we throughout the day, I think even Shankar Prinja sir would be speaking to you all. So he'll be speaking a lot on ICER because that's the value that we devise when we do the evaluation. ICER, incremental cost effectiveness ratio. So we look at the effects that is there because of the intervention, and then we also try to look at the cost that is there. Compare the two, and ICER is something that every committee looks at, and if it is good enough, acceptable, put in the system. If not good, then we do certain other things. Okay, I'll come to that part of. When it comes to health technology, what exactly do we mean by health technology? The definition is so broad by government. Anything and everything regarding health is a technology. So you can have a technology in terms of programmatic interventions, drugs, standard guidelines. It can be in terms of surgical interventions. It can be in terms of medicines, drugs, devices, vaccines, even AI technology. Someone was just speaking right now also. Medical devices which are AI enabled are also now into a technological part of it, diagnostic test, because a lot of evaluations we do offer diagnostic test. So anything and everything which is related to health is a health technology for us. What we at HTA do is we look at various domains of this technology. One is the clinical effectiveness of that particular technology. That means, does it really work? We look at the safety. Is it safe? We look at the cost and economic implication. Is it cost effective for the government? We look at the organizational and environmental aspects of it. So if it needs to be adopted, what changes are required in the organization? Ethical. Is it equitable? Is it just for rural, or is it just for urban, or is it also for rural? Equitable. I come from Ministry of Defense, so we have a very hierarchical system. Okay, we have a very kind of a strict hierarchical system. We cannot have a technology which is beneficial to generals but are not is not available to a Jawan. So that kind of equitable distribution is what we mean by equity. We also look into social, legal, cultural aspects of it. That is the patient impact and legal fit. I'll come to the example that we have done it for armed forces itself, for Government of India, and I'll speak about the legal impact of it also. So these are the domains that we look into. any technology, any startup, any technology that has passed the clinical effectiveness part of the innovation. These are the 4 domains that we work on to give to the government and say that, yes, this is good enough to be put in the system. So as I said, limited budgets, unlimited health needs, and even today, if you see even the rate at which the innovations are increasing, it's unprecedented level of increase in the innovation. So that is also putting a demand on the consumers that, yes, they require to have that particular innovation with them. What does HTA do? As I said, sorry, I think I'm going back.
You want
Back.
1 minute? Yeah. One more?
One more. Yeah, previously, yeah. So as I said, these are the domains that we look into. That is the clinical effectiveness, the safety, value for money, equity, ethics, and the system's capacity to actually put it in the health system as such. What can HTA support, or how can HTA support the policy decisions? It can inform decisions on the what is to be included in the benefit packages, what drugs to procure or reimburse, pricing and negotiations with manufacturers, are programs and schemes cost effective, scaling up of certain, so mental health program right now, we are trying to scale it up. If you have read the papers, we are scaling up the program for mental health. Prioritizing interventions under budget constraints. What HTA does not do, or what HTA does not, it just gives recommendations. It's a body which gives recommendations to the government. It does not make decision. It only informs better decision making for the government. Okay, it aids decision making for the government, but it doesn't make decisions for the government. Once we do the study, we just recommend to the government that yes, it can be taken up. This is our recommendation about the technology. Whether it is taken up or no, that is up to the government. If you look at the evolution of HTA in India, way back in 2017, we had the National Health Policy, which was being drafted for a country. In 2017, in that policy, it was being written that HTAIN stands for Health Technology Assessment India. So HTAIN was established under DHR as a very pilot project in 2017. So we are actually in a very infancy stage right now. The 119th Parliamentary Standing Committee, March 2020, and the Working Group of Ministers of Health in 2020 recommended that HTA should be a central policy. It should be established as a central HTA agency, and that was what happened in 2021. It was a sub-scheme of DHR under the umbrella scheme of human resources and capacity building under the 15th financial period. So 2021 was the first time that officially HTA was taken up as a part of government as a scheme of DHR. And today, if you see, we have an attached office for HTA approved by Honorable Minister of Health. And the posts are also approved, and we already have filled up a lot of vacancies for this particular attached office. So that's the timeline of HTA in India. We have a very set in, very formalized, very structured kind of an ecosystem for HTA. The offices in DHR, that is Department of Health Research under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And we have the regional resource centers and the hubs. So these are the experts helping out the Government of India to evaluate any technology. We have certain technical partners, identify technical partners for a very specific kind of job. So the technical partners and regional resource centers and hubs helps to conduct a study. We have the very structured way of going ahead on a topic also. I'll come to that in a minute's time. We have a lot of user departments. So now we have a portal which is available on DHR website. So anyone, even if it's an innovator, a startup, government agencies, a private company, private hospital, anyone who wishes to have their product, their technology evaluated, can go to the website and give it to the government that please evaluate this for us. Okay. We have the technical appraisal committee, that is the TAC committee. So anytime a project comes to us or the topic is being given, first it goes through the topic prioritization committee. At government level, you have the topic prioritization committee, which looks into if you are an innovator and you have given up your product or your innovation on the portal, is that particular really of interest to Indian population? Is it a priority area for India? So first is that any innovation has to first go through the topic prioritization committee. It has to pass through the topic prioritization committee. Once the topic prioritization committee approves it that yes, this is something of a requirement for the country, we need to be evaluating it. They identify a technical resource hub or a center and give out the topic to them to evaluate it for Government of India. And then once we have the topic, we conduct the study, we present our findings to the TAC committee. There's also a medical technology assessment board at the highest level, including the NHA people, NHM people, we have the Niti Aayog, we have all the ministries. So you have the decision makers who are sitting in the medical technology assessment board who approves that particular study, who approves the findings of those studies. And once it is been approved, then we can say that yes, it can be now introduced in the system, or these states can look in for that particular technology to be introduced in their particular states. User departments, all the state governments are our user department. We have NHA, we have Mitra, as what we just spoke. Department of Pensions, we have Armed Forces is also one of the user department, because a lot of our technological innovations we do get it passed through the DHR, the National Cancer Grid, and of course a lot of innovators and the health industry that is on the innovative portal of India. They are all our user department. As of today, we have 8 resource hubs. 6 till last year we had 6. Now 2 are more added to it. We have almost 20 regional resource centers, and across the whole of the country, we have the regional centers and the resource hubs being distributed to help government to conduct the HTA studies. When is HTA to be done? We have been speaking from morning about innovations. Once you have an innovation, it cannot be subjected to HTA. Unless it is clinically proven, unless it goes through the clinical effectiveness process phase, it cannot be taken up for HTA. If we look at the regulatory authorities, or any of the regulatory authorities that gives the authority for that particular innovation to be a part of a system, that is only for the safety and efficacy part of it. And it's mandatory. Any product that is coming out, any innovation that is coming out, it's a mandatory requirement that yes, the regulatory authority has to give its concurrence to it. The role is mainly to prevent any harm to the patient. If we look at HTA, once the regulatory approvals are being given out, that is the time when our role comes in. So once the regulatory processes are clear, we go in for the cost effectiveness and the clinical effectiveness. There's a difference, efficacy and effectiveness. I hope you know it, right? Efficacy is you have an item or you have a product, you have a innovation which you are having it in a lab, in a controlled situation. May not be same when you bring it out in the real world situation. So when you do it, an RCT, randomized control trial, most of you all would be knowing it because you all would be making your product go through it. An RCT is a controlled environment. So that efficacy, if you get it as 94%, 95%, not necessary that you put it into the community or you put it into real world, you'll get the same, kind of efficacy. So that is what is effectiveness. So HTA looks in for effectiveness. So the clinical effectiveness and cost effectiveness is the most important perspective that we take into account. We do the comparative recommendations. That is, it always has to be compared to what? If there's a new technology that is coming up, it is compared to what? The comparison has to be an existing technology. It has to be the existing standard care of treatment, or it can also be a placebo in case if we don't have a treatment available. Very rarely you'll find that you don't have the, nowadays you don't have placebo trials also, right? It's always a standard care of treatment which is existing. So it has to be compared to an existing standard care of treatment or compared to a placebo. And of course, that is to identify the affordable technology. For Government of India to put it into the health system, it has to be affordable. That is what is the main aim. But the point to be taken from this slide is, when is HTA coming into picture? HTA comes once the regulatory approvals are given to that particular technology. That is the time that you can apply for an HTA evaluation of that particular product. Globally, if you see in 2014, the World Health Assembly called on the WHO to develop global guidance on methods and processes of HTA. And worldwide, now we have almost 60 countries which have the formally structured, established HTA bodies in their country. We have been very fortunate enough that in 2017, the process started. In 2021, now we are established HTA body in our country. The process, as I said, the process is very structured. Topics by state, central government, or innovator. There's a portal which is there. The portal I've given it there. In the portal, you as an innovator can give out the topics. It can be from the states. It can be from the central government. It can be from an academician. The topic can be given on the to DHR directly, or it can be through the portal. As I said, there's a prioritization committee which prioritizes the topic. And this is the biggest hurdle that we have. A lot of innovators do give us a topic, but it does not pass through the prioritization committee. It's not a priority area for the country. So whenever you are doing innovations, whenever you are taking in a product in mind, it has to be seen that, yes, it's something that the country is requiring it. Government is not going to put in money if it is not a priority area for the country. So a lot of innovators do face this problem. And in fact, we have meeting after meeting where we are being said that, yes, half of the 50% of our topics are being rejected just because it's not a priority. Okay. Of course, then comes the identification of resource centers, appraisal by tax stakeholders. Every time we are in discussions with the stakeholders. So stakeholder consultations, recommendations by TAC, and again, then approval by board. Post it, where we formulate a policy brief for the government. So if you have seen on the Google, for most of the vaccines, drugs, for any of the health innovation that you have policy briefs on it. That tells you the story of HTA, how that product was being evaluated, how that innovation was evaluated, and what came out of it. That's a policy brief that is being given. And once that policy brief stage comes, then there's a recommendation from our side to government that, yes, it's a technique which should be put in the system. It is also, as in the morning also ma'am was saying, health is a state subject. So it may happen that, yes, recommendations are being given by the central government, but it's the state to implement it. It's the, it's the onus lies on the states to adopt it and implement and put it in the system. So that's the last stage, which is implementation. And I'll come to this implementation part in a moment's time again. Normally, as a HTA center, we have been given, it's a very pressurized kind of a system where we've been given by the government 3 months, 4 months, that's all. We have been assessed as a center based on the timing that we take for evaluating each of these studies. So an approximate time period is 3 to 4 months, maximum 6 months that a study can take if the information is not available. So what information is required for a product to pass through an HTA system is on the domains that I have spoken, and I'll come to it again. Lot of applications of HTA, a lot of things which have already gone into the system based on the HTA work that has been conducted. We have helped the government in terms of pricing and procurement, introduction of new technologies, support to the health programs, health benefit package revisions. Just few of the examples, these are not all, some very few of it that I have picked up. We have the, in the morning it was being shown, rapid point of care testing for sickle cell. Okay. Now, as I said, we give the recommendations. So if there's a technology which is not cost effective. Our answer is not that it is not cost effective not to be introduced. We tell them at what point, at what price will it become cost effective for Government of India. That opens the market. That brings in competition. So when this study was being done, it was being shown that yes, if the point of care testing cost below 100, then it can be cost effective for India and then it can be introduced in the market. The cost saving to the government was almost 1750 crores. And if you today look into the pricing of it, you will be very happy to know that it has come much below 100 rupees. Site TB test for household latent TB infection. Again, this was done by the TB center. This was on contact tracing in India and found that it was cost saving if the unit cost was below 204 rupees. So if the unit cost, that time the cost was 304, it had to be brought down to 204. The market was open, tenders were being called in, and today we procure it at 199. So again, it's a very cost saving kind of innovation where there's a cost saving of 52.6 crores. Safety engineered syringes in Punjab, you must have seen it. The cost was 5.9 per syringe. The competition has gone up to so much level that now today it costs 1.5. Okay, so that is what is the benefit of HTA. Even if it's not cost effective, we can make the government realize that yes, you do negotiations with the vendors, you do negotiations with the agencies and bring down the cost to a level where it becomes cost effective for the country and can be introduced in the health system. Looking for new technologies, we have the portable neonatal automated auditory brainstem response, which is again been introduced in a lot of states. A lot of states have already taken up this particular technology. You have the instant non-invasive and portable intracranial bleed detector, and the policy brief has just come out for this. The sensitivity and specificity of it is also being looked into. So this is also again new technology that has been brought into the health system for Government of India, by Government of India. We have the point of care rapid diagnosing kit for hemophilia too. Again, in the morning, someone was speaking about this particular test. So this is something that has been brought in through HTA. We have the fundus photography for diabetic retinopathy, again, which is a very standard care of treatment nowadays, which is again through HTA, which we could prove that yes, it's cost effective technology. National programs are being supported by HTA. So if you look, I've just given one example of TB program here. So we have the pricing for diagnostics test. As I said, site TB, again, an accepted, already put in the system innovation and has brought down the cost saving for the government. We also have the introduction of AI-based TB test or AI-assisted chest X-ray tools for interpretation in tuberculosis program. That was a technology which had come up, AI-based chest X-ray. We evaluated it and it has been accepted by the TB program. Introduction of new drug regime. I think you all must be knowing now that this is the new drug regime for TB patients now for the country. So you have the VPAL-LEM and VPAL regimes for MDR TB, which was cost effective and hence is already been, the program has changed and has already been introduced in the program. Coming to the NHA, a lot of our benefit packages, reimbursement packages, they are the ones who are doing it for us. And we have the revisions of health benefit packages. Almost 867 health benefit packages have been revised. They have been revised through HTA. So it's not that previously when they were being put, it was with some expert opinion. People had come together to do some good for the people. But now you have evidence-based decision making, which is helping them out. And you had 867 health packages, which have now been revised. There's a complete booklet on the revisions that has taken place. A very important one, the photograph that was being shown in the morning on the cancer, treatment change that has been brought out in India. The HTA recommendations found the use of anti-cancer drug, that is trastuzumab, which was very cost effective. At the same time, it said that for 1 year, you can't reimburse it for the country. So the duration was looked in for 6 months and the clinical effectiveness was also being looked in. So with both those things, the changes are now 6 months compared to 1 year, but a lot of, the base has gone wider. So you have not many patients who are benefiting from that particular introduction. At the same time, these two drugs were being removed from the health benefit package because they were not cost effective. Okay, so HTA is not only to introduce something into the health system, it is also to look in for disinvestment from the health system. Certain technologies may become obsolete, certain technologies may be redundant. There are new technologies coming up every day almost. So it's necessary for us to relook at what is there in the system and if required to remove those which are not beneficial. So these two drugs were being removed and you have the certification also being done for it. One of a very innovative way that we are going ahead is the ADOPT series, that is accelerating dissemination and operational promotion of HTIN recommended technologies. This is a knowledge dissemination platform that we have. So every Wednesday, 3 to 4 on the DHR website, we have the ADOPT series going. So what we do in that is we call all the health officials, state health officials, and a particular technology which is being evaluated by a center is being presented to all the decision makers, NHM people. You have the state health officials, you have, let's say, I just presented the carbitocin as compared to oxytocin for PPH prevention and maternal mortality. So we had asked the maternal and child health department of Government of India to be present in it. And happy to know that, yes, they have already adopted that particular technology. So we have the ADOPT series going on and all the health officials are invited to join this. This is, you'll find the link on the DHR website on Wednesday for 3 to 4. This is not a complete, depiction. There are a lot of changes again, which has taken place, but these are the technologies which have already got adopted by various states after the HTA evaluation. Okay, so you have a lot of, technologies, right, from portable intracranial blood detector to point of care testing for hemophilia. You have the visual inspection with acetic acid kit for cervical cancer and so many of them. Portable ECG. These are the ones which have got adopted by a lot of states. If we look at the devices and diagnostics, I've just analyzed, the number of HTA studies are more than 100, 119, 120. Just 98 completed studies data that has been presented here, where you have the medical devices and diagnostic, almost 32 studies have been taken on that. You have health programs 24, you have drugs, vaccines, database, surgical, and you'll be happy to know that out of total 32, 26 are already on GEM. Out of the total innovations that were being evaluated and, the recommendations being given, 26 are already made available on GEM portal. So that is what is the, vision that the government is trying to make it more affordable, more accessible to all, putting it on the GEM portal. Some of the photographs you have already seen, the way we have it for Patent Mitra and MedTech Mitra. We have a conclave session and the ISHTA symposium that we have. ISHTA is alternate year that we have. So it's the International Symposium on Health Technology Assessment. And every alternate year we have this where the health minister is the chief guest. And we have a lot of capacity building processes which are mandatory for the HTA to conduct, because this is something very new. People are not aware of it. It's not necessary that it's only for the startups or the innovators, but even an academician, they need to be knowing, policy makers. So we have a lot of capacity building, capacity building programs, workshops, conferences that we keep on doing it. And the armed forces have taken quite a lead in conducting all such workshops. And this is something that we are very proud of, that yes, within a very short period of time, we were being assessed as one of the best centers in the country. So that is just the introduction to HTA. Just what is HTA and what is happening at the country level regarding HTA. If you all have any doubts, you can ask me, or maybe we can then move on to the next one. Yes.
You mentioned that HTA, the clinical effectiveness.
Yeah.
Right? So,
So that clinical effectiveness, when we are talking about the startups or the technologies have been already gone through that regulatory approval, where they have done probably clinical site evaluation at different sites and all. So the same data would be considered in the HTA, or would
Yes.
the same data would
No, so what we do is we don't base it only on your study. We do a complete literature search, and systematic literature search is the foundation of HTA. We require literature search to be conducted for clinical effectiveness, for cost part of it, for utility values, for quality of life assessment. So for a number of, our markers kind of a thing, we require to do a very, very supportive, very structured, very in-depth review of literature. The best beauty of HTA is that we don't do primary studies. If you bring an innovation to us, we don't conduct a primary study on it. But what we do is not a single article, not a single paper is being left out on that particular aspect of an innovation which is already published. So peer-reviewed evidence is what is being looked into. If that is not there, that innovation cannot be coming for HTA. Because we won't be doing a primary study for any innovator. We may help the research methodology part for an innovator to bring in, have evidence being put forth for their innovation. But when a project or when a topic comes to us, we don't conduct any primary data. We conduct secondary research where we take into account a complete review of literature. And when we say literature search, I think there is a topic already there in the afternoon schedule for it. But when we say literature search, it is everything. It's published, unpublished, English, non-English. It can be grey literature. Grey literature it cannot be ignored in HT. Grey literature is something which is documentations which are not published as such, which are government documents, which are maybe your company may be having some reports generated. So that becomes a grey literature for us. You have AI-based, searches that we do. So unless that is thoroughly being looked into, we don't go ahead with the other domains of it. So yes, systematic review, we do it for clinical effectiveness. So if you have done a study, that may come as one of these studies for, but then we also give, supposing I've just done a, let's say a systematic review, and yours is the only company which has done that particular clinical trial. No one else has done it. Then we tell, because there's conflict of interest, that it's your innovation and you have only generated the clinical evidence for it. So that's something that we need to be telling government. That means we don't have any other information available.
Okay, that was my second question, but you've already addressed that. But there's one more. So you mentioned that portable ECG, right? There are many startups are working in the same domain, portable ECG, with few incremental innovations above that. So all of them, if they come, and if it is a priority area, and it passed to that path, so all of them would be assessed.
So it's not necessary that we have only one comparator. I can have, one product which has been assessed and compared with 10 other products also. So that is also a possibility that yes, instead of doing one ECG A with B, I may do it with A, B, C, D, Z. No issues involved.
Thank you.
So comparator depends. The clinical search will tell us which are to be left out and which are to be brought in. Whether they are, you can't be comparing apples with oranges. So different kind of apples also, within that also high quality apples, we may like to take it together.
Yeah. Somewhat related question. So this is about wanting to understand what is the process in which the prioritized areas are defined, and and are they published? Are they available for
The ICMR guidelines? Website is having the priority areas for the country.
Okay, so because the government or the government bodies or the regulators generally they lag behind the market reality, right? And most of the innovations they would be slightly ahead of the market.
No,
So
I totally agree with that point. That is a limitation that we have, and it's not a limitation only in civil areas that I would say. We have that limitation even in armed forces. We just completed one study which is on the prioritization of the armed forces related innovations. And which needs to be looked into a number of times because innovations are changing. So we need to be really looking at our priority areas also.
So just wanted to understand the thought process, how the prioritization happens.
So prioritization, if you look into it, we have the health reports coming out. We have the different agencies which are giving the disease burden is the biggest priority
That
area.
is post factum, no? You will come to know only after things have happened at such a large scale that only when the government will take note.
Yeah, but then there are some trend reports which are given by the government itself. So the priority areas are been, even if you go to the ICMR websites, they have identified certain priority areas, health sectors for India. So within that, of course, you need to be looking into reading more. So any innovation that you started cannot, you don't do research just to quench the thirst of knowledge. It's also that the world needs to be following. You do research so that the others needs to be appreciating that and putting it into system. So it has to go hand in hand with what is required for the country. So prioritization, to a lot of extent, there are a lot of board meetings which are giving a lot of reports which are coming from the health ministry only, which defines the priority areas for the country. But yes, broadly the priority areas are being given in DHR on DHR website as well as ICMR websites also. Yeah.
Are these priority areas same as NHM things?
NHM themes are also one of the directions for us to go look into priority areas for us. But prioritization, see what happens is there are hundreds of topics which are coming. Of the 100, you will have to have such concept papers when they go to ma'am. It's not necessary that every concept paper will be read. The title will be read, yes, it's relevant for the research area or no, and then it will be taken. Likewise, even of the hundreds of innovations or the projects that are coming to us, the project prioritization committee will look into that ones which are really required for the country. And there are expert panels which are there. So if you look at cancer, there's a complete cancer grid and the cancer expert panel which is available for the. So if someone is putting a project on or a topic for cancer related drugs, it's a panel which is going to say whether it's really required also or no. So that way we have the expert panels which are already existing by the government of India.
These priority areas as refined versions of NHM?
I won't say refined versions of NHM. You have it getting refined not only by NHM but also by the experts sitting here. The expert panels which the government has already identified. In fact, it's in the process now again for like if I'm doing a project on diabetes, then the government of India has identified certain experts who are discussing with us one-to-one every day on this. Now, before when the project had come, the Diabetologist Society of India, the ESI Society of India had looked into whether it's really required also or no. So after it has passed through that, then it came to us that okay, you work on it. Yeah.
Maybe a suggestion would be to have a list of upcoming areas which could get into the prioritized area, so then there is,
Yes.
Directionally people are clear, I can align my research toward these areas because in the next 3 months, 6 months or whenever the next committee meeting happens, then it will make into that. So there is more alignment.
This is the one. There was a drug on Alzheimer's, which costs 94,000 per month. And the regimen is per month, and each vial costs 94,000. It's a recently launched product by LIC. So, since right now India there is if you see the disease burden of Alzheimer's, it may not be that big, but in future it may become more. So is it expected, like can we expect more cost effective treatment, methodology for like Alzheimer's?
We don't have cost effectiveness methodologies as such. The product has to be made cost effective. I'll give you a very simple example since all our innovators here are startups. We are still in the process. We've not yet completed that particular thing on insulin pump for diabetes management. So we have this project which was being given by DHR to us where we are looking at the standard care of treatment which is 4 times injections versus insulin pump which is not cost effective at all. But looking at the diabetology society and the model that we have, we need to have that innovation. But it is not an indigenously developed. We didn't get a single India-made, insulin pump. So what ICMR and what DHR took from the study was, okay, it is not cost effective, but it's a requirement. It's a need of the hour. So they have now asked all the ICMR hubs to go in for an innovation for an insulin pump. And I do have one of the, innovators who has now brought the price to 40,000, which is costing almost 2 lakhs to 6 lakhs exported item. They have made it at 40,000 in Make in India, under Make in India initiative. So that is what is, looked into by HT. Yes.
Ma'am, suppose a project comes to you and you don't find it as a particular relevant field area at that point of time. But let's say in a couple of months, you don't think that field is reemerged.
नहीं बट ये पीपीटी के फॉर्मेट पे चाहिए ना
That project may have been ahead of its time. So do you circle back to that project, or is the innovator supposed to resubmit?
No, so we don't have any role in that. The project that comes to me from Government of India, I don't have my biases on that. That I don't think at my opinion level or as, an individual opinion level, that whether this problem is good enough, should I be going ahead or no. Once the topic has been given, we have to do it unbiasedly. So that topic area is being decided by Government of India that, okay, this study needs to be done. I don't decide it. Okay, once they identify it, then they give it to a regional center to do it.
Since we are running very late, we can go to the next speaker.
I think we can have it during lunchtime.
Yes.
I have another class also, that time we can speak.
Yes.
It is here.
Hello.
Yeah, it's all.
Hello.
Are you also?
Audible. Audible.
So,
So I'm Vijay Doi from Indian Patent Office, Deputy Controller of Patent Center. I am leading the biotech division. So today's topic is the IPR procedure best practices and perspective from Indian patent.
I think he can do it.
Now, Madam was saying in the morning, actually, I have to give little bit, there are various types of IPR, so I have to talk about various types of IPR. But the way I have gone through this, brochure and everything, so patent Mitra, everything was like patent. So I thought I will focus, because it is a medical innovation, I will focus on the patent side only. Mainly patent side. I will briefly tell about the other IPs, because there are very, lot of thought process is required with respect to trademark design and other key and other IPs. Okay. So, now these are the current IP legislation in India. So this IP legislation in India were before that national IPR policy brought into force 2016, there were certain recommendations that all IPs should be there under one umbrella. So like, this copyright and semiconductor integrated circuit layout design, that semiconductor integrated circuit layout design was under Ministry of Electronics, and the copyright was under Ministry of Education. So they brought back to under DPAIT, Office of the Controller General of Patents, Designs and Trademark. So except this last one, the Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Act, it is under Ministry of Agriculture. Otherwise, all are really under Office of Controller General of Patents, Designs and Trademark. So Patents Act 1970 takes care of patent protection, patent administration, Designs Act related to designs, trademarks 1990. This is related to trademarks, and GI is related to protection of GI, and copyright, this literally an artistic work, and semiconductor integrated circuit layout design. I think there are electronic circuits, so there is some topography, all are protected under that. And TRIPS, as per TRIPS, that patent should be granted to every technology, including plants. But they said, since we are TRIPS compliant, they said if you can't give patent, then you have to create a sui generis system, that is alternate systems. That is how that, since we are not giving patent for plants, so we have created this system. So new plant varieties are protected under Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights. So these are the various IP legislation in India. So as we talk about the intellectual property, so intellectual property is nothing but creation of mind. Okay. Now the world, everybody is going towards intellectual property. We talk about the knowledge economy. If you are creating knowledge and if it is not protected, and then it is useless. So you have to be protected. The world is very, very competitive, and the government recognizes that. That's why the ICMR and so many other bodies, in fact, Indian Patent Office doing lot of initiative there of policy reforms. Inside Patent Office, we have done a lot of reforms like manpower augmentation, digitization, awareness. There is a robust flagship program like a Mitra. We reach out to around more than 4,000 colleges and universities and around more than 20 lakh students. That program still is going on. So as a part of, because of such programs, if you see, there is exponential growth in the filing of patent. Now the last financial year, it is around 1,44,000. And interestingly, the domestic filing has gone up to 70%. When I joined in Patent Office in 2003, that time it was a 20-80 ratio. So 80% was from foreign filing and 20% was domestic filing. Now it is around 30-70. So 70% is domestic filing and 30% is foreign filing. So because of this, so many initiatives at the government level. And now, if you look at the before, there is a, when you do your asset management, the tangible assets we were looking for. Now we are looking for the intangible assets. Whenever there is a, the company takeover or some kind of thing, then that time they look into your IP portfolio. So if you're not protecting your knowledge, then you're not in competition. So that is how that IP is very, very important. So these are the IP legislation. So patent is mainly for technology. Okay? Design is designed for the this bottle, this design may be protected by the design registration. So just first one. And then trademark, here is Bisleri is written, that is trademark. Then geographical indication, that is related to like Nagpur or NBF, and because of they are coming from the particular location, they have a certain quality and attribution. That's why the GI tag is there. And then copyright for artistic and literary work. In semiconductor, as I said, that topography and a lot of, the circuits are there, like in mobile and computers. So that kind of protection is there. Very few applications and plant varieties, new plant varieties that protected under this act. Now the single product, there is a trademark also, there is a design also, there is a patent also. Maybe this cap and this bottle material, maybe the composition, you can take patent for this one. So, and this certain information is here. So this, you can take a copyright. So copyright is there also, patent is here also, trademark and design also in a single product. So that is how IP is. Okay. Next. Can anyone this, what is this cartoon? Tells you?
Discovery the fire, how fire was discovered.
That is how the scenario is today. It's not you can anyone else. What it tells?
The commercialization aspects which is owned by the organization, but the intellectual property was developed by an individual.
Org is a name like org, that it is a caveman, so name is there. So this tells us actually org has invented that wheel, okay. But that another caveman is saying, I have developed the patent system, okay. So the efforts is done by somebody else and the fruits are taking some, okay. So you may have developed something, a wonderful technology, but you forget to protect it. Okay, there are so many competitors, they can take advantage of. So it talks about the first to file also. It was the only American country that was they were first to invent, but they are also shifted to first to file. So around the world, it's first to file only. So here you have invented a better technology, go and first file it, protect it. That's how this.
Is it irrespective of who has invented it? Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because otherwise, you will go for this pre-grant procedure and so many, wrongful obtaining. There are some grounds, but it's very difficult. You need evidence. Lot of these proceedings are very painful. It is painful for patent office also and painful for you also. Lot of attorney costs and so many things. Very difficult. So go and first file, and that is all. Otherwise, somebody who is watching you, who is a competitor, who is eye on your technology, you can take advantage. Next week. Actually, how much time we have?
So we can speak till, you can speak till 1:30 and we can break for lunch.
Okay. So this medical innovations. Okay, no issue because it's a long actually. It's not a matter. It's very difficult to cover in 45 minutes or something because we have to cover the procedures also on the section 3 is very, very important. So no issues. So we are talking about the medical innovations. So what kind of patent applications filed in this area? So it's a pharmaceutical products like any drug. Okay, and then pharmaceutical composition, the combination of two drugs, compositions, medical devices. We are talking about the medical devices, even BP measuring devices, point of care, and stains, scaffolds, polymeric scaffolds, metallic scaffolds also, diagnostic technologies, diagnostic kit, biotech inventions, CAR-T technology, cancer related gene therapy, all are coming under this one, manufacturing process. So mainly, mote taur pe we can say like these application, patent application from the medical side are coming in this broad category. Next. So as per the Patent Act, what is the definition of invention? Now, section 21J talks about the invention means new product or process involving an inventive step and industrial application. So this is worldwide, anywhere in the, not only in India, anywhere in the world, you have to fulfill 3 basic patentability criteria. Your product should be new, it should be inventive, and it has some sort of industrial application. 3 things. If you are going, you are saying like my product is usable or use or something, I want to protect the use, then it is not, because use is not there. It is a product or process, only 2. Then there is an inventive step. It is further defined under section 2.1. Inventive step means involves a technical advantage compared to existing knowledge or having economic significance or both, and not obvious to a person in that. So what they are saying, inventive step means it is not a simple like 2 things you have just brought together and you are saying, I have created a new product. No. There should be some kind of inventive ingenuity. There should be some higher level of thinking should be there. The product should be not obvious to a person's skill in that. It should not have been ordinarily thought of. Okay, it is like a plus B, it should not be there. Okay. So some kind of synergy, some kind of technical advantages that should have not been thought of by a person skilled in that. It is a very subjective area. It requires a lot of effort. So I'm not going to into details of this one. So I will talk about little bit under section 3C. Okay. And there is an industrial application. So it should be it should be made or used in an industry. These are the basic patentability criteria across the world. Okay, not only in India, across the world. Next. Now this inventive step analysis, in one of the case, Hoffman-La Roche versus Sikla, the Delhi High Court, they have given in one of this judgment, 5-step analysis they have given in judging the inventive step. So what they said, identify the person's skill in that, identify the inventive concept, and then determine the general what is the prior art available, then what is the difference between the prior art and in your invention, and based on this prior art and invention, whether the person's skill in that by taking that prior art into account, can you arrive at your invention without hindsight assessment? That is how the inventive step analysis there. It's a very subjective, very tricky also, because it is lot of thought processes is going on. Okay, this is the basic inventive step analysis we are in patent office we are following. So you as an inventor, when we are filing a application or drafting your application, you give your disclosure by taking this 5-step inventive analysis, keeping into mind, you can draft your application. Okay. So that is the best practice I'm just suggesting from my side. Next. Now this section 3 is, so very, very important. What section 3 in the Indian Patent Act is, what they are saying, the certain inventions, although they are inventions, they may be novel, they may be inventive, they are industrially applicable, they are fulfilling the basic patentability criteria, but or access by looking because of some socio-economic condition of the country, the certain inventions, they said we will not give you patent. Okay. So these patents, there is a list of 15 clauses. So what kind of inventions are not patentable, you should aware of. Okay. If you want to protect your technology and if you are working on in one of the such kind of inventions which are not protectable, then your all efforts will go into. If you are thinking of commercialization and so many other things, so this section you should be aware of before starting your innovation or innovation in a particular field. So what kind of inventions? What they are saying, invention these are frivolous and anything contrary to well-established natural law. So physical laws not patentable, like E is equal to MC square. It is already there in the nature, so it is not a patentable. Now frivolous. Somebody is saying like I have invented machine like no input is required and it is working on like any perpetual machine kind of thing. Okay. So this is against the nature actually. When the input is required, if there is output, some sort of input is required. So such applications are very few but coming actually. Sometimes you cannot believe it how it is working, because I was an RMID in charge, I was granting foreign filing license. So one inventor came to me, he said that I have invented one inverter. No electricity, nothing is required, it's working. So I need, because I'm not interested to file in India, so I'm going to file in USA. So I need a foreign filing license. So I said how it is possible actually. It is working without any input. Some sort of input is required. He said, no, I'm not going to disclose it. It's confidential. But he inquired and okay, I said, I just narrate the procedure, how to get that foreign filing license. It is up to the US Patent Office that look into it, how it is going to work on, how it is going to fulfill the patentability criteria. But such kind of invention, that can be, if it is filing in Indian Patent Office, we can object under section 3. That is, it is like a frivolous. Then invention of primary and intended use or commercial exploitation, which would be contrary to public order or morality, which causes serious prejudice to human or plant life, health, environment. So this is very, very applicable to the medical invention. Mainly the biotech inventions, because there are moral issues also. And lot of, then there is a biotech invention. These inventions are very, very complex. Why I'm saying complex in terms of patentability? Because most of the section 3 clauses are attracting biotech. Very difficult. you have to be very, very careful while drafting, by keeping this all clauses into account. Like somebody is working on gene therapy, and then somebody is working on, say, for example, commercial exploitation of embryos, then even genetic modification of some creation of genetically modified animals also. And you have invented some animal or some insect or any kind of thing that may be putting a danger to the environment also. Such kind of morality issues, or somebody is saying like adulteration of food related issues. So all this come under this section 3B.
But they will not come to play too.
No, they sometimes they can. It is up to, say for example, there is a knife. Okay, this surgical knife also, you can cut and do operations also, surgery. But somebody is writing there mischievously or something. It is the killing of animals or some kind of thing, and doing its utility something. So we can object under this section 3B also. Somebody is mischievously can file a method for adulteration of food. So this can be objected under section 3B. So when you are drafting the application, you should be very, very careful when you are saying the utility of this process or any approach. Next. Then mere isolation, mere discovery of scientific principle or formulation or abstract theory or discovery of any living thing or non-living substance occurring in it. Suppose there is any bacteria, it was available in the nature, and you are simply isolated that. Okay, we are isolated by doing physiochemical properties, and your bacteria belongs to, say, for example, Bacillus, genus Bacillus, and you have given some name like ABC. The strain, Bacillus something. So you have just, it was available in the nature. You have simply isolated that bacteria from the nature. So it was a nature's product. So section 3B, 3C, objection we will receive from the patent office for certain. Now, during the process, if there is some new process steps are there involved in this isolation, so you can get a process step, but not that bacteria as such. Bacteria as such as a product patent. The process of isolation that particular bacteria, you can get a patent for this process. So when you are filing the application for such a thing, you should devise your strategy. In case I get objection for section 3C, then I can go for the process also. So accordingly, your disclosure should be like the full disclosure. Yes.
In this example, you will still get naming rights and you can still file a trademark for that particular strain of bacteria, right?
Trademark is different. Naming for this bacteria, you will not get a trademark for this one. Trademark is it's like for identification of particular goods. Now, if you are selling this bacteria in the form of some, like a probiotic or some kind of thing, and you have given some product name is there for probiotic. So that name you can register as a trademark. Okay, not as such bacteria.
What was the recombinant design?
Yes, that's what I'm saying, because it was under section 3, so I was coming under. Certainly, if your bacteria is recombinant, modified one, certainly that objection is not there under section 3. It is only naturally isolated. But if you have done some recombination, some modification in this bacteria, so it is patent eligible under section 3. Next. Now, section 3 is very, very famous section under the Patent Act. The world also chasing to amend this section, mainly the European countries and other America and other. They are. So what they are saying actually, the mere discovery of new form of a known substance which does not result in the enhancement of known efficacy of that substance, or mere discovery of any new property or new use of known substance, or mere use of known process, machine or apparatus, unless a known process result in a new product or implies at least new reaction. So there are at least 4 limbs in this one. So mainly the new form of a known substance. So it was introduced, this section is introduced in the Indian Patent Act to curb the evergreen. Okay. If there is a drug already patented, they were doing some minor incremental changes and then again extending that monopoly in order to avoid that one, this section 3 was introduced. And there is a, explanation for also, like this salt, esters, ethers, polymers, metabolites, and other forms, combination of such things are not patentable under section 3D unless they differ with regards to efficacy. Now, with respect to this one, there is this Novartis AG versus Union of India, so famous case law. The decision was delivered by the Honorable Supreme Court in 2013. This Novartis has filed an application for this beta crystalline form of imidazole. That's a cancer drug. It was rejected by Indian Patent Office under Section 3D, and other objections were also there related to invention. The cases went up to Supreme Court. Okay. And then Supreme Court, the main legal issue before the Supreme Court was whether it is a new form of a nonsense. So the Novartis argument was that they able to, this beta form of imidazole was more stable. It has a good flowability, and they were saying it is a more bioavailability. It was more bioavailable in the blood. That was the argument from the Novartis. But Supreme Court did not agree with them. So they said, you have just changed the physicochemical properties of that drug. You have not changed the efficacy. In that efficacy is nothing but a therapeutic efficacy. So whenever, if you are saying it as a new form of known substance, in order to obviate this section 3D objection, you have to show therapeutic efficacy as compared to the known product. They failed to show in case of this Novartis, and that is how that patent was rejected.
Sir, drug repurposing, with that we also, it would be patentable, right?
Which one?
Drug repurposing, like any drug, which was intended for treating a specific disease, but now there has been evidence and it has been proved also by a specific company, okay, this particular drug can also be treated for this. So that is why.
I could use aspirin. Okay.
Aspirin, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So aspirin like a headache or something, now it is a cardiovascular.
Yes. Like
It
that,
is-
many minoxidil.
You will get a certainly objection under section 3D because it is what that says.
already known,
New use of a known substance.
that is not patented.
No, not it.
Even though the intended use is totally different from.
Yes,
the-
yes, yes.
But then the trials and all will again.
No,
be
that
conducted,
may go
right?
on, you will not get patent. But because if certainly that is, maybe in Europe, EPO, maybe it is second one. In India, it is not allowed to enter it. That is how I was just discussing the first limb. There are 4 limbs. Or there a mere discovery of a new property or new use of a known substance. Yes.
Suppose we buy a strain from USA that has some specific property, and we want to re-engineer that strain and want to use that strain in India. Is this comes under their terms and conditions? We should not must use this.
No, you bought some bacterial strain from America, okay, and you modified it.
Or if I want to modify it so that we can use, because most of the strains are like for a academic use. But why should we have to use?
Yeah, you can modify, and if you are able to show that it is a modified one, okay, it's not original one, definitely you will get, patent eligibility. But other regulatory, like NBA, there are so many issues, that ethical and how you can get that strain. Patent office will not go into it. But that other requirement, like other regulatory requirement related to strain, obtaining that strain from other countries. Because there are so many issues also of biopiracy and so many other things that you have to take care of. But patent office will not communicate in that one. It is only they will ask of the geographical origin of biological material. That is the only requirement. That is also from the Indian side. But certainly, if you are buying that strain from the America and you are modifying it, some genetic modification is there, and that strain is become altogether new. Okay. And you are able to show some new properties, or there is some industrial efficacy, or it is being used in industrial process and you will get into better product. So certainly, it will be better. Next. The substance obtained by mere admixture resulting only in the aggregation of property and components thereof of process of producing substance. So if you are just mixing two things together and nothing is, the both are, it's like a, sugar and salt kind of thing. So salt is doing their own work, sugar is, they are independently doing their own work. There is no synergy, there is no unexpected effect. So such kind of, it is a mere aggregation of things. So mainly this section 3 of this is attracts by composition claims. Composition of two things. So how to avoid that one? If there is objection, then in that case you have to show some synergy. Say for example, there are two drugs, A and B. Then usually A is giving a 10% effect, B was giving 10% effect, and after putting both together, A and B, they are giving like a 40% effect. So certainly there is a synergy. Okay. So such kind of data should be a part of your original disclosure. So that if there is an objection from patent office, then you have to show it is not a mere admixture, they are giving some unexpected effect, some synergy. So that should be the rebuttal from you. Objection will be there from patent office because we are keeping and we are bringing the things on record. If there is objection, that doesn't mean your patent rejection is there. There is always an opportunity from patent office that you have to give explanation for that. And with your explanation, you are able to show that we are convinced, then patent will be granted. That is how that procedure is, patent prosecution. Then mere arrangement or rearrangement and duplication of known devices each function independently of one another in known way. Patent is not granted for such things. Like this is the foundational case in American history, American patent law, the Raffender versus Fowler. There was the pencil was there. The Lippmann was the first inventor of this. There was a pencil and eraser. Two separate things were there. So what he did, at one end he attached that eraser. Okay? And he got patent also. From USPTO at that time. Okay. He got patent. Lippmann sold to Rackenfender. And then the Faber, that another person he was selling that in the market. So he filed an infringement suit against him. The case went up to the US Supreme Court. And US Supreme Court said, no, it is not patent eligible. It is very obvious kind of thing. There were two things were known, eraser and pencil. He simply brought together. It is very obvious to a person still in that too. And they were, after putting together also, they were doing their own independent work. There is some synergy or technological interrelation between the pencil, that graphite or something, and then eraser. So such kind of things, very obvious. So this was the case actually, and this was a foundational case for obviousness. This method of agriculture and horticulture, intercropping for improvement of soil fertility or some kind of thing, or spraying some fertilizer on the plants. So such kind of methods are also, any horticulture and agriculture practices are not patentable under section 3H. Then this is very related to medical inventions. any process for medicinal, surgical, curative, prophylactic, diagnostic, therapeutic, or other treatment of human being, or any process for similar treatment of animal to render them free of disease or increase their economic value or the their product. So, any surgical method, medicinal method, curative, prophylactic, these methods are not patentable. Now, diagnostic method, we were actually, before there were now so many judicial pronouncements. Recently, the Delhi High Court and Madras High Court also delivered some good judgment. Now there is a lot of clarity with respect to the diagnostic procedures. So this is one of the famous case. Now it is a very good case. You can read it. It's academically because there is a lot of background also given by the judge. Chinese University of Hong Kong versus Assistant Controller of Patents and Design. What they said in this case with respect to diagnostic method, if that method is relieving some pathological condition, if you are doing this test and they are relieving some pathological condition, disease or something, then it is a diagnostic. It is not eligible for patent under section 3. But they are not doing any pathological, they are not revealing any pathological condition. Okay. Simply, further research is required to get that pathological condition, revelation of that pathological condition or disease, then certainly it is eligible. That process is not a diagnostic, it is related to diagnosis, but not diagnosis. What the Madras High Court said. So there is a EMD Militu or also CPNAM, there are very good decisions. Now, the patent office very, very clear now how to deal with this diagnostic methods. But any tools related to, medical devices related to, they are certainly patent. You can get a patent for devices. Then plants or animal or hold any part thereof other than microbes, but including seeds, varieties, species, essentially biological process. You will not get patent for animal or plant. That's why, since we are TRIPS compliant, they say you have to give patent for every technology. Like for plants also. If you are not giving, then you have to create a sui generis system. That is how that Plant Varieties Act is there. So there is a separate system. And if there is any essential biological process also, such kind of processes also not patent eligible, like the crossing, breeding, such essential biological processes, they are not patent eligible. But if there is a substantial, technical intervention in some process, like genetic modification, some process is there, and there is some technical intervention. So these are not essential biological process because there is a human intervention in that. So if you are able to show that there is a substantial improvement intervention, so such process can be patent eligible under section 3. Then mathematical or business method, computer program per se are algorithms. These are not patentable computer programs. So you can take copyright for that one. But there are also a lot of debate on this one. But if you are able to show some technical effect against that, you can take it in the form of system. There is a software and there is a hardware. You can just put together, and in the form of system, you can take a patent. But software per se is not patent. Then this literally and dramatic musical, these are the copyright work. So you will not get a patent for that. You can take a copyright for this one. Mere scheme or rule of performing mental act or method of playing game, such kind of things are also not patentable. I recently refused patent under section 3. What he was doing, there was a one application came to me, and the method was like the rejuvenation of the wetlands and polluted bodies, water bodies. So he was just simply doing some study kind of thing. So there was no substantial, tangible, technical product. So only it is like a mere mental act or performing some information was there. How that he will take some POD, COD, he will study and then accordingly he will suggest some kind of. So only information was there. There was no tangible product. So it was refused under section 3. Presentation of information, like some information is will displayed on the board. Say for example, on the railway station, airport, some information. So it is nothing but a presentation of information. Suppose somebody is presenting, the PPT presentation method of how to effectively present presentation of PPT. Such kind of methods are not allowable under section 3.
You mentioned about the softwares and the algorithm. You can't get a patent on it, but you get a copyright.
Yes.
That's both right now in the world of AI. We have a lot of open source scripts and very much software they are open to use. Is it possible the person get a copyright by using those software and make a new pipeline?
Look, copyright is very vulnerable kind of, IP. If you are taking two things together and if you are creating something new. Now even look at this PPT. I have taken some portion from the Indian Patent Act, some from this judicial pronouncement, and I created my own PPT. This is the new copyrighted material for me. Okay, so there is some different sources and you have created out of it something else. So that can be your material. You can take a copyright for that.
Sir, I have a related question. Now, there are many consultancies which are, providing AI solutions to healthcare organizations, doctors, because sometimes doctors find it very difficult to, they find challenges like anywhere during their, in the hospitals. And there are consultancies which are providing AI solutions to that. So those solutions, are they patentable?
No, they are not patented.
Okay.
This comes under business method kind of thing. There is no
But it
asset.
is a new solution, like using AI has been developed.
I understand, but these are nothing but a business method. That's why the section 3 is coming in the beginning. There may be novel, inventive and industrial application in healthcare area. You can show industrial applicability in healthcare.
Okay.
But there is a exclusive section because it is not patentable under section 3. It is a business method. So that is why it is not patented.
Patent Act is 1920, right?
Yes.
At that time, computers and all probably were not that popular, so maybe it is.
Why section 3 is there? What the government is saying, because we are not in such a position as a country. There are so many problems as well. If the patent is given to each and every technology, so there will be some problems. So certain technologies kept out of it. Mainly, if you see this section 3I, it is related to the medical professionals. Who will be in the trouble? Medical practitioners, mainly the doctors. Who will be the, suppose there is a, in US, the method of treatment is patented. Okay. The method of treatment is what? The method of treating a patient by taking a pill, by sipping a glass of water. That is how the method is. Now, who is infringing that one? The patient is infringing. Or the medical professional who is telling that how to take that medicine, that person is infringing. And how you are going to enforce that? There are so many issues. So otherwise that medical professional will be coming up, somebody is patented that technology, he will say, oh, stop this. You cannot do that one. He will file a infringement suit against that one. Okay. So that's why, because of something, we are not ready for, accept the patent in such a monopoly in such area. We are not giving patent to animals. We are not giving patent to plants. We are not, this oncomouse is patentable in US. Animals, genetically modified animals are patentable in US, maybe in Europe also. But we are not giving patent to it. It is all because of our socio-economic condition and we are not ready for this. although they are novel, inventive, everything, basic patentability criteria they are fulfilling. But certain inventions we kept out of the purview of patent act.
Is there any upgrade scheduled for this Act 1975?
नहीं वो अमेंडमेंट इसका हुआ था 99 में हुआ है 2002 में हुआ है 2005 में some amendments were there because in order to comply with all these strict requirements we got a 10 years of time.
India is a signatory to the PWPCT, so it's good.
So that is how yes. These are the non-patent. That's why some inventors who is doing this, he should be aware of the section. Then traditional knowledge related, if there are so many plants known for treating a particular disease, and it's simply, okay. And you are simply make a composition. So such compositions are nothing but a traditional knowledge. They were traditionally known for treating such diseases. And you have just combined together and filed patent for composition.
But in this particular case, haldi, for example, there are haldi-based patents given in European jurisdictions. But in India, it is accepted as generations.
No. There is a misconception actually. In US patent, you talk about that haldi patent. No? It was not for haldi.
I don't remember, but there was something. Some
it was use of that, no. For wound treating. What the method of treatment it was not a haldi per se. What they said, the use of the turmeric powder for wound healing. It was not a haldi. But if you're showing again I'm saying the synergy here also, unexpected effect. You brought two things together. They were not traditionally known for such exponential effect. And you a lot of experimentation after doing a lot of research, you are able to form a composition which was very good at particular amount. Say for example, compound A is taken at 10%, another is 20% and 30%, and they are giving some very, very good results. So such kind of compositions are patentable. They are not falling under section 3P or section 3. So that is how you should write your specification in such a way that all disclosures should be. Next. Then there is a section 4 also in Patent Act. The atomic energy related inventions are not patented. Now the best practices before filing. As an inventor, you should maintain confidentiality. You can use the NDAs also, you can sign NDAs, conduct prior arts research. Okay. So suppose if you are not doing this, then you come to know that what you are doing already known. There is no use of all your efforts, money, everything on base. Okay. Then maintain laboratory records. If there is a pre-grant proceedings or post-grant or revocation proceedings, so all evidences are required. So you maintain all this research book, experimental data, inventorship record, everything. The concerned IP profession, it is very, very essential because they know the ins and outs of how to draft the patent specifications, how to deal with a certain objection from patent office. So if you are serious to get the patent for your invention, then better to consider the IP profession. Then provide all disclosure in order to meet the requirement of section 10. The examples, experimental data, unexpected effect, all disclosure, because patent is nothing but you disclose to the government, and if all requirements are made of the Patent Act, then you will get a patent. So patent is nothing but a monopoly right for a limited period of that is 20 years. Now who can apply for patent? You and first inventor, आप कर सकते हो, खुद जाके कर सकते हो in your name. So in that case, the applicant and inventor will be the same. Suppose you are not in position, you are working for some company that, and you are getting salary. The company is paying you salary. So that IP rights will go to that company. Company will file in their own name, and you will be as an inventor. that case, that applicant will be called a assignee because inventor has assigned the right to the applicant. Then legal representative अगर कोई applicant उनकी death हो गई या something, so his legal representative can come in the picture. So application may be filed as a alone or in jointly, like there is one natural person also, and your company also can become applicant. You can also get an applicant. So in that case, they become joint applicant. So where to file? There are 4 patent offices. So there is a jurisdiction of each geographical jurisdiction of each office. So as per the territorial limits, normally resides that applicant is residing in that area, then has a domicile, has a business, or actually that invention is originated from this area. So say for example, the inventor is from Mumbai, so he will go to patent office Mumbai. Or he is from Kolkata, but his company is registered in Mumbai, they have a headquarters in Mumbai. They can file in Kolkata patent office also, they can file, they have to choose. And if there is no place of business, like a foreign inventor, okay, they have no place of business here, nothing, all are from foreign country. So the attorney who are engaging, the address of that attorney will decide. Suppose his attorney is from Mumbai, then Mumbai patent office, from Delhi, so Delhi patent office. That is how the jurisdiction is defined. Next.
So
It is a long, yeah.
in 10 minutes, if it is open, it's 2 o'clock now. So
Okay.
we'll just send it.
It will take another more than 1 hour. Still, I'm going very fast actually. So what I can do, because they are talking about the
How
procedure.
about after lunch
We can conduct, okay, I will sum up what I can do because they were talking about the procedure, okay. And you may also feel little bit because this area is IPA and patent filing is little bit gray one, okay. So it's a process itself is very slow, okay. Lot of this prosecution is like it's a court proceeding kind of thing. So better I can go to directly, I will tell you the procedure, how the patent grant procedure, I will sum up in 10 minutes. You go to last slide, there is a one table, I think slide number 37. This is procedure, okay. This is also very, given it's a lengthy procedure, but I will explain you this procedure. You file a patent application before patent office. It will be kept as such confidential till 18 months. Okay, it is in the law. Or you can go for early publication. You have to file a Form 9 with certain fee. So your application will be published within 1 month. Okay. Even if filing a publication and filing also, your application will not be examined. Okay. So there is a Form 18 called as request for examination. Whether you are interested to get your application examined. So if you are interested, then you have to file a Form 18. That is called request for examination. Now there is an expedited route also. Madam, in the first half, she was telling about their applications like that patent Mitra. You are going through expedited route. There is a separate route, expedited one. The fees is little bit higher for that one. And only the certain category of applicants are eligible for expedited examination, like a government institute. Say for example, IIT is filing. So IIT is a government institute. They are patent eligible for expedited.
Expedite the same as early publication?
No. The early publication is the only publication. If your once application is filed today, okay, we will not searching that application. It will be the confidential in patent office till 18 months. After 18 months are over, it will get automatically published. But if you want your application to be published early, then you have to file request under Form 9 by paying the fees. So that is early publication, nothing to do with examination. So your application is filed, your application is published, then you have to file request for examination. Unless you file a request for examination, your application will not be examined. Okay. This request for examination you can file till 31 months or at the time of filing, it is up to choice. Okay. Once the request for examination is filed, that application as per the field of your intention, it will be allocated to that particular examiner in that field. We have one around examiner from each field, like biomedical area, this microbiology, biochemistry, chemistry, chemical engineer, all fields of examiners are there. So your application will be allotted to that particular exam. Then he will prepare report. Then we will send that report. It is called as first examination report. So 6 months time will be given. The first examination is report is nothing but objection from the patent office side. Whether your invention is novel, inventive or not inventive, whether it attracts the provisions of section 3, all kind of objections from formal to technical, everything. Then within 6 months, we have to reply to the patent office. Again, after your reply, it will again send me that exam. It is, you will amend some claims, or you will give reply. You will say that what patent office saying is not correct because of these things. Okay. If we are convinced with your reply, we will give that objection. And if we are not convinced, we will maintain that objection. Again, it will be called for you. If certain objections are there, remain outstanding, we fix the hearing. Okay, you will come for the hearing 1-to-1. And then after hearing, the case will be decided based on it. If all objections are met, patent will be granted. If objections are not met, patent will be refused. So the controller will give you a reasoned order why the patent is not granted. Okay. This grant or refusal. Then after grant, it will be published again. It is open to public. Any person interested can file a post-grant opposition for that within 1 year. And during this prosecution also, there is an opportunity to any member of the public, they can oppose your patent. It is called a pre-grant. Okay. If there is a pre-grant opposition, there is a separate proceeding for that one. So in that one, patent office, that pre-grant opponent and applicant will be three-party proceeding in that one. So that is how this whole procedure is there. So little bit clumsy kind of thing, but it is very, very interesting one also. But the process is appears to be very difficult kind of thing, but it is not so difficult also because you have to be very grounded and you have to be a little bit patient because the process in the law itself is little bit slow.
It takes a lot of time.
It takes a lot of time because what I'm telling you why it is slow. Say for example, I'm just giving you one example. It is not only the because you know there are the multinational companies. They are very smart actually. There are a lot of business decisions involved in it. Okay, they will say whether their invention has a potential. Accordingly, they will change their stand. So they require a lot of time also. We generally, the natural applicant, they immediately file a request for examination. They are not filing. Suppose today application is filed, the law has given them the 31 months to sign the request for examination. Okay. They generally file at the last day. And they are watching also who are the competitors, somebody is infringing. Okay. And after once the patent is granted, they will sue them for the infringement. And then infringement proceedings, then you know this cost, how much sale and so many, that's all. There are so many things are involved in this. So it is, in fact, it is in the law itself is a little bit slow that process. And there is we are also, you know, facing a lot of pendency issues.
Because for me, like just I recently got the one that granted. And with expedite also it took 3 years.
But there are certain areas also, I can see that within 6 months also patent has been granted in expedited. I myself grant within 1 year, 2-3 patents.
But
So can I add here? So that is the reason like this Patent Mitra platform was launched. Because as sir said, there are so many interactions with patent office and we have to keep deadlines in mind. Even if we like miss the deadline for complete application filing, your patent is gone. So that is the reason like how Patent Mitra helps you. Like we keep track of all the deadlines and will help you in these all the communication exchange with patent office also. We provide this technical help also.
How much time it takes to Patent Mitra?
Normally we have, it's a like new initiative, but now we, earlier like we were doing through provisional filing and then complete application. Like recently we have got this approval, we can do expedited filing also. So we
that
can go
like
through
how-
expedited.
How much time it takes?
Like once you
at
fill
least
the
to get
submit,
the final here?
like once, see that it will depend, है ना? Like how fast like innovators also respond like to all the communications. Like it is like all the parties, like Patent Mitra team will help you, then we want response from innovators, we get response from patent office also. So normally patent office time also has decreased now, but we have, as you said. that,
We have recruited around more than 600 examiners also. Although there is a pendency, but the process has been expedited now. Okay, you will get. But one suggestion from my side, if you are serious enough to get your patent for your invention, disclose each and every minute detail in your specification.
Yeah.
Most of the inventions are very good inventions, but they are not properly written. That's why the patent are refused. The madam in this medical devices, she was presenting some data and she was saying like a patent grant, the final grant is very low. Most of the applications are being refused. They are refusing, patent office is refusing because it is not properly disclosed. We are not going to your lab. Whatever there is a disclose, based on that one, we are taking assessment. So if your patent is not properly written, all information is not disclosed, then that even if that invention is very good, end up with a refuse. I'm telling you one invention. It is from Pune. I don't want to disclose that one, although it is in public domain. For biological material, there is a one requirement in the Patent Act. If you are using some biological material, and if that biological material is not described in such a way to fulfill the requirement of section 10(4)A and 10(4)B, it is regarding that full and particular disclosure. And if that biological material, say for example, any bacteria, is not publicly known also, not available also, then you have to do deposition in International Depository Authority. That is the requirement. That applicant did not deposit that. Although it was a public deposit, I will not go into this, it will be too technical. There are patent deposit and public deposit also, International Depository Authority. There are 3 IDs in India. One in IMTEC, Chandigarh, MTCC, there is MCC in Pune, NCC, and there is a one NBIM in Mahu, Uttar Pradesh. So they did not, deposit that biological material. Controller has said it is novel, inventive, everything. But they failed to deposit, patent was refused. It was related to biohydrogen and biomethane. They deposited later on. In order to meet that objection from the patent office, they deposited. But controller did not agree by saying that as per section 10(4)(D)(2), it should be before the date of filing. So when you're serious enough to get a patent, just check all those. That's why you can consult the IP professional. They know better how to various provisions of that if you are not knowing. And at the time of drafting before filing, you as an applicant, you check your specification that all details are there in your specification. What happens if you are going for claim amendments? You can import something from the specification in the claims, but later on you cannot add because section 59 is very stringent. You will not add anything, new material. You can give explanation, correction, or disclaimer. If some term is not properly explained, you can give explanation for this term. But all of a sudden, new material you cannot add. So be careful. That is my suggestion from my side.
Thank you, sir. So let's so let us try to come by 2:40. So there is one online session also by Dr. Professor Shankar Prinja, who will be waiting. Okay, so maybe he has cleared his schedule for that particular time. It was actually supposed to be 2:30.
I have to be.
I know. And you also could be. So that's why at least 30 minutes lunchtime should be given. So we will just quickly wind up our lunch and come back by 2:40. We'll start sharp at 2:45. Dr. Seema's one session is pending. Dr. Beena's is pending.
I think your workshop should have been for 2
days.
2 days. It's
Yeah, the lunch is in the 4th floor, Quantum Cafe. So once you get out of the lift, it's on the left side, just behind the. Yes, you can leave it.
Thank you, sir. Very interesting session. Very interesting.
Once you are fine, you can go for your commercialization, you can do any kind of activity. You can fill also. The activities will go side by side.
The same happens contingent of grant. Only if it is granted, then there is commercial.
Yeah. नहीं वो आप बार्गेनिंग ज्यादा अच्छे से कर सकते हो एडवांटेज, लेकिन समटाइम्स देखो टेक्नोलॉजी में आपका दम होगा.
So you had mentioned that you have disclosed full details about it. There is apprehension. I don't understand. Why for over a dozen purposes. So there is apprehension in sharing all details because you don't know. Because it is
वो भी बसना.
No, I know, but we wait till we final certification. I understand. Not in the
पेटेंट ऑफिस वो भी बोलता है लेकिन कोई डिस्क्लोज ना, वो हमें भी पता है. वो हमें भी पता है. That kind of disclose, that's how the government, that's how the monopoly is there. आपने सब डिस्क्लोज कर दिया तो दूसरा आदमी देखेगा उसमें और इम्प्रूवमेंट कर सकता है. Because added,
before it is finally granted, then it is always दगदग होता है कि मिलेगा नहीं मिलेगा. To what extent we should.
लेकिन अगर वो अभी मैंने बोला ना कि उन्होंने फाइल कर दी मतलब इस तरह का उन्होंने लिख दिया कुछ भी फाइल कर देना उनके ऊपर बर्डन है पेटेंट फाइल करना व्हाट एवर करें. But एक क्वालिटी पे पेंटिंग और डेटा क्वालिटी
card.
You are here.
But I don't support not in the pharma world, it is the electric vehicle. But I'm interested in this also. Since that this is very interesting. I'll reach out.
Maharashtra.
I would know.
So
And there is no
certificate of incorporation. Startup. Now I'll be applying for IIT Startup India. उसके बाद I'm planning to do provisional paper because I'm building a medical device which is a unique technology. Or I think India में तो that is not. Provisional patent right? That is the right one. No. We are very early. We are in the process to start the
If your medical device is ready, directly the idea is there. If you require a further time to develop full idea, then you can go
I never.
You have to give the basic idea of the claims and everything. Basic idea. But make sure that you file a complete. और कंप्लीट में मतलब पीछे आप टेबल की बात मत करो कंप्लीट कॉन्सेप्ट ऐसी बाउंड्री में होना चाहिए you are talking something about original something else is complete so you will lose the file okay so you do basic idea in the provision full disclosure
Yes,
you can go for
yes, yes.
file as early as possible the world is very complicated. I'm giving you my card because but we are not on this, the guidance or any kind of thing. Better, my suggestion is better you consult any professional or something because since you are a startup, there is a one scheme, SIPP scheme.
Yeah.
Okay. Through SIPP scheme, you can reach out to any patent facilitator who are the patent agent. Okay. And they will, on behalf of you, they will help you to file, draft, everything. And the government or patent office will reimburse this fees and everything.
हाँ मैं आ रही हूँ मैं अब भी आई हूँ
Program is only for one.
आपका हो गया
So you can reach out to. It is seen as part as SIPC, Start of Intellectual Property Protection.
Okay.
So the list is there. As per your choice, you can choose any side.
ये जो सीमा मैडम का जो है ना ये
There are so many
सीमा
initiatives
का
for,
है ये पहले होना चाहिए
you can
बिफोर माई
follow
टॉक
the expected route.
एक्चुअली मैम का एक सेशन हो गया
So actually,
उसका ना
मेरा ना ये I'm not aware about the Indian these things. I've been
वो पता है
एक्चुअली ये जो है
वो भी हो गया बट दिस इज इम्पोर्टेंट बिफोर आई टॉक नो
15 मिनट्स मैं बोल देती हूँ
क्योंकि ब्रिंजा को बोलो लेट चल रहा है
मैं बोल
वो
दिया
हाँ
मैं
क्योंकि आई ऑल्सो वाइंड अप फास्ट क्योंकि दीज आर ऑल वेरी यंग इनोवेटर्स क्या है इनका बैकग्राउंड
is it which website?
startups inside summer IIT Bombay who are planning to incorporate and
Because I'm not going to suggest any patent agent.
ठीक है
It is your privilege. You can call some
Yeah.
contacts are there. You can, I'm a startup.
yeah it's there in my folder yeah.
Become my IT facilitator and file application before patent.
Yeah, I have it.
Filing, I think government is giving in 15,000 and at the time of grant, they are giving in 25. So total, how much? 15? 40,000. 40,000 is government is giving to them on for your filing the patent application. And if it is related to this, what you are saying, medical device, then better you go to this patent Mitra route. Madam, yeah, that is much better.
एक तरह से जेट लैग में अभी भी हूँ। When did you reach? Thursday. Okay. मेरी पूरी हालत है फिलहाल। और मेरे को ऑफिस में ना आज 2 मीटिंग्स थी। मैं लेकर करूँगा तो मैंने आते ही उसको मैसेज किया कि क्या आप आ रहे हो मुंबई से? तो उसने एक लाइनर में आंसर किया नो। टुडे मॉर्निंग Thursday when I came back I wrote, are you coming to Mumbai or the office? You call yesterday night or सुनो ना। तो मैंने कहा कि फिर कल शाम को मुझे उसने 6:30-7 बजे फोन किया कि मैं नहीं आ पाऊंगी। मैंने कहा ये तो मुझे पहले ही बोला है आपने नहीं आ पाओगे। मुझे लगा आप ऑनलाइन कर रहे हो। बोलते नहीं उनको फिजिकली चाहिए। मैंने कहा ऐसी क्या बात है फिजिकल चाहिए ऑनलाइन क्यों नहीं कर सकते? तो वही ना सारा पूरा गड़बड़ है। और ये ऑडियंस ऐसा क्या है कि हमारा स्टाफ नहीं, हमारा टाइम क्यों ले रहा है इतना, ज्यादा टाइम ले रहे हैं। तो फिर why you want to take more time? अभी एक सेशन ले रहे हैं हो गया पॉइंटर्स पहले उसके लाइट्स बना के खराब करके लाइट को अच्छी I didn't know you were coming. I didn't even see your name in that agenda, whatever I had. And it was shocking when I saw you here. I said, wow, Seema. सुबह बात हुई बोलती है मैंने सीमा को बोल दी बोलती है शायद मुझे लगा आपने किसी वजह से आपके पास थी तो आप आके फिर अभी एजेंडा देख तो आपको भी प्रेजेंटेशन है तो आपसे लगी थी बच्चों के रस्ते की मैम तो वही पे बॉम्बे में तो मेरे इसमें मेरा है कविता का आपका है ये तो सारा झमेला है कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा। No wonder they are asking us what topic are you going to this agenda continue why we back on the others मुझे भी ऐसे कुछ ड्राफ्ट कुछ दिन पहले ही आया है नहीं मैं ये अगर ये लोग गए सुनो ना this comes under our HTA resources actually तो अगर इन्होंने अप्रोच भी किया होगा DHR को उनको बोल देना था कि आप के हब से कोलैबोरेट करो ये 3-4 सेंटर्स है ये लोग मैनेज कर लेंगे why they don't assign मुझे बहुत बड़ा समझ I'm going to ask her but अनु मैडम ने बोला होगा हमारे jurisdiction में है हमको दे देंगे actually it could have been better managed
What is the consequence?
और क्या आगे
research versus with मतलब how who have systematic literature तो अब वो मैं cover करती हूँ कि मैं तो मैं वो मैंने इतना and listening to your तो इसलिए having मतलब lecture on the point of उसको क्या है अभी मैं कहती हूँ for waiting to be the upstairs. It's getting me to try to first have a all these stages was because you were not money, you sleep on
I stuck to that. I said, yes, मुझे बुरा इसलिए लगा कि मैंने थर्सडे को आशा किया अब आ रहे अपने मना संडे इवनिंग को मुझे बोल रहा हूँ मेरा दिमाग वैसे भी घूम गया था तो उसका फोन आया मेरा दिमाग
I had lost from this cheetah.
I got a call.
Yeah, I got a call from her. 3 days back something. And immediately she sent me this agent. I was just looking for some case. I thought maybe you are in Canada, that is why you are calling me.
Yeah.
Exactly. यहाँ पे आपका नाम है ना यही एजेंडा मुझे बोला मेरा नाम है ये सारा सेम ये मैं दो जगह कंप्यूटर और यहाँ पे मैं
And this was given me 4 days back.
सेम
And yesterday she gave me. So उसको उनकी गड़बड़ हुई है. Very interesting, but
so my question was like students come to our college because we very few students and sometimes even doctors also for president management. So better understand what are you supposed to reduce from students
Innovations.
as in
Yeah, someone innovations, so I don't know because this is all development. But
Students learn to maintain the intelligence what type of job opportunities are there for we do feel like all the those students are knowing what kind of technology, what kind of like AI is
Who is involved?
Then Indian students from this perspective, like we are taking for granted as an environment. That fortunately for have this, then to make that. So where finds a student now tries to almost summer in the by the institute. For they expose we are what are we supposed to do? To raise ourselves as student should we raise ourselves from company. How to take that mindset? Is it because of the environment? Is it because of but wait, any post of scientists applications are very so I thought so that from the movie both said or listening to
मैम चेंज हुआ है क्या? मैंने भेजा नहीं किसी निधि को या प्रवीण को किसी को नहीं। मैम बीना मैम यही है ना फर्स्ट IIT मुंबई फर्स्ट जॉन ST यस
I think she's not going to talk now, right?
नहीं she told me that she has already covered it. Hello.
It has been now renamed to the
I think some hematology or something.
No, that is within KM.
Okay. Okay, just opposite
Yeah,
I was.
opposite.
और वहाँ उसमें श्याम सुंदर नंदी करके एक now my position I think is okay.
Yes, his institute is a branch of NIV.
Maybe he was invited probably for that lecture.
Absolutely.
So many scientists were
Oh.
with him.
Then he
It's longer, 4 5 years.
where are you based?
Mumbai.
Hi, everyone. So welcome to the afternoon session. So now we have Dr. Veena Joshi from National Institute for Research in Reproductive and Child.
It's women's health.
Women's health. She will give introduction to research methodology and systematic literature review for HT. Thank you, Dr. Veena.
Hi, good afternoon. I see half the crowd here. Post lunch people are not very keen to attend, I assume. Nevertheless, I'm Dr. Veena, as she introduced. I'm from ICMR Institute, which is based in Parel, Mumbai, opposite KM Hospital. We have recently been renamed as Women's Health Institute from what we were earlier known as the Institute for Research in Reproductive and Child Health. And we have been designated as HTA Resource Hub and Dr. Seema, and we all work very closely within Maharashtra state. We have been capacitated from the HR to conduct health technology assessments. So Dr. Seema gave you an overview in the morning on what is HTA. Have you got some clear idea about what is actually HTA? One and a half month ago, we were here in Sign regarding one workshop. Were you all part of that? It was about innovations, and some amount of HTA discussion also happened in that meeting. So were you party to that? No. Okay. Right. So my job today is to give you a flavor of what we do in HTA and what are all the processes and methodologies that we adopt. Basically, the intention here is to sensitize the innovators when you are trying to develop a product and also validate it. What are the processes that you must also consider if you want to visualize that your product is going to scale? And what are all the expectations that you need to meet if it has to go into the public health system specifically? Because for HTA, the mandate is to address issues from public health perspective, public health systems perspective, right? So we have a reference manual for all the methodologies that I'm going to talk today, and these are all on the website here, on the HTIN website. You can get access to the details of methodologies, whether it is conduct of HTA or about the costing aspects or even other parameters that are considered while we do an HTA. So as Dr. Seema has alluded to in the morning, basically health technology assessment is a very systematic process where you take into cognizance all the elements that are related to the interventions and also look at the outcomes or the technologies and interventions and look at both the direct and indirect consequences of the outcomes that are expected from the technology. An important here is we are not only consider the clinical effectiveness, or in case of devices, it could be the sensitivity, specificity of your diagnostic device, but we also look at how this will help in terms of improving the patient's perceived health outcomes. Not from clinical perspective alone, but how a patient would perceive his or her outcome. So there are issues related to social implications and also ethical implications that are considered when we conduct an HTA, apart from clinical effectiveness and the cost aspects of it. Right. So I'm sure this slide was also projected. So technologies is a very broad terminology, not restricted only to drugs, devices, or it could also encompass vaccines. It could also encompass programmatic perspectives. If you have a new intervention or a new surgical procedure or a new way of treating anything. So it is a very broad terminology. And ultimately, this HTA is helping us to make decisions which are evidence-based that further lead to, use of these results into developing guidelines which are used for the public health care in India, or standard treatment guidelines, for example. Also, we are using this information to, influence the health benefit packages. You're all aware about PMJY schemes led by the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. And so many times, whether this is a cost-effective intervention that should be considered as part of the package of PMJY. So these are the benefits of extended benefits of conducting these HTAs. So when you have to frame any question related to any topic that you are probably working on, the format for any proposal, as you would recall, could be considered in the form of a PICO. So what is the population that you're considering would be the target for your particular intervention that you are wanting to look at? what is your intervention? And then what is the comparator? So comparator is very important because comparator could be the existing standard of care, or comparator could be many other interventions that are available which are similar. It may not be the standard of care, but there may be many other devices that are in the market that could be considered as comparators. And of course, the outcome. Now, outcome is very important because generally we are tuned to thinking of clinical outcomes. But as you would agree that basically we are conducting this cost-effective exercise to assess if I have so limited resources, where should I invest in such that I get the best value for money that I'm investing. So when that is the scenario, it is very difficult to place these outcomes in one box and say one outcome is better than the other, because health is such diverse and every disease has its own outcomes. Say if it is related to maternal health, then maternal mortality is something that you would consider. If it is a family planning device, what you would want to see is unintended pregnancies, or an oncology product or a chemotherapy agent. It is only how many years of survival that you are increasing, or the quality of life. So if there are such different diseases and different outcomes, it's very difficult to make a judgment where you will actually want to prioritize, and for which it is very important to bring all these on one platform or have a common denominator to make that judgment. And so for our case in India, we have considered quality adjusted life years as our denominator, which is a cross-cutting, parameter that can go across different disease outcomes. So if that is the important thing, then quality adjusted life years or life years gained would be very important than your clinical outcomes alone. And it is also very important from another perspective, that it is not from clinician's perspective what is the outcome, it is how the patient is valuing his or her health. So this is the change in the perspective that HTA is trying to bring in. So it is very important to have patient's perspective about whatever is the outcome. Now, when we are conducting an HTA, basically it is an economic evaluation, right? So what are all the components that are needed to consider for an HTA, as Dr. Seema might have already mentioned, is obviously the important thing is the effectiveness measure of whatever is the intervention. The second important thing is the cost. Now, cost, there are two components. One is what the system bears. What is the health system perspective of the cost? And the other cost is what is the out-of-pocket expenditure that the patient has to bear. So there are two components of cost that go into considering this evaluation. The third is how the patient values his or her own health. That is the health state valuation. So when you consider any a disease, so if I am currently in a disease state, what is my quality of life? Okay, so when I am on treatment and when I'm cured, will be different health states that I would be in. And in each of these health states, I would be having different quality of life. So those measures are equally very important when we consider HTA in our case scenario. And of course, all the epidemiological data that is required in terms of what is the burden of disease, what proportions are the ones who would access your intervention, what would be the outcomes in terms of the adverse events or side effects, etc. So all these are the important epidemiological parameters that also go into. And then one statistic that we derive at the end is incremental cost effectiveness ratio. She might have alluded to, or Dr. Prinja is going to address in the next section. Is the final parameter that we consider when we judge if a given intervention is cost effective at a given willingness to pay threshold. So there is a benchmark. So when you derive this estimate, which in the next session, Dr. Prinja will, detail it out. when we arrive at an estimate, so it is nothing but difference in cost by difference in the outcome of an intervention versus a comparator. It is a ratio. So when you want to say it is cost effective or not, we have to have a benchmark. How do we say that? So every country has to have their own thresholds, or even when health is a state subject. So if Maharashtra considers one threshold vis-a-vis, say, Kerala might have a different threshold. Currently, that is not the scenario in India, but that is how it should be. But what we consider, since we do not have any threshold, we consider 1 times GDP per capita as the benchmark. So if any intervention a new intervention is cost effective, if the ICER value falls below 1 times GDP per capita after the analysis. Now, basically,
In the previous slide, is opportunity cost considered because, for some periodic treatment, you will have, say, 1 day of treatment per week.
Yes.
And then that patient has to take a leave. Right. Is that also considered indirect cost?
Ideally, yes, but currently we do not have any correct benchmark or thresholds for doing that. So it is
But that
very
would be a
important.
significant
Yes, it is. But we currently, you have anything to add?
No, since there is no data available at the civil population level, but if I take it for armed forces, we've done so many studies for armed forces where we've taken 1 day lost training cost, 1 day lost, those kind of costing aspects are available at armed forces.
Yeah.
So we do take into consideration.
We do not have those for general population, and so it is very difficult to consider, but that's a very important measure.
Yeah, because if 1 day, GDP per capita
Correct.
is included as an aggregate measure.
Correct.
It can also be used.
Yeah, it has to be used in fact. So basically, economic evaluation, we can consider a scenario where we are looking at short-term outcomes, and we have a very acute situation where we are trying to do a evaluation for any particular disease outcome. For example, say vaccine, we are wanting to just see how many are immunized, what is the preventive role the vaccine has, or any testing device, for example, diagnostic tests, kits, if there are any diagnostic interventions, then what is the number of additional cases and how fast they could detect more number of, situations than compared to the standard of care. So it is a very simple, straightforward, limited scope of the time horizon that we are looking at, and we could easily populate this into a decision tree. Basically, this economic evaluation is a modeling exercise. It is nothing that we do on field. It is collected evidence from review of all the literature and could be populated into a model, and we try to mimic the model as close to what it would be in a real world scenario as much as possible. So in a decision tree, for example, in this situation, if there is a intervention A versus B, what are its costs and what are its outcomes? And that is what we are looking at in terms of ICER, as I just mentioned. Or it could be a complex model like a Marco, where, the patient progresses from one state to another, but there is a reversal again back to that original health state. So they go back and forth. And so it could be a very complex model, as many multiple health states are involved. And this is in many a times in very chronic conditions over a long period of time intervals, right? Now, in this entire scenario, since we are doing the methodology part, it is very important that we rope in multiple stakeholders, because you have to develop this model from different perspectives, getting the best evidence that is available, get the expert opinion about the disease, about the way it progresses, about what is the scenario, what is the patient's perspective, and there are multiple players, even the health system people, if you want to involve them in terms of how to model, what is it in terms of actually when it is on ground, what happens, who are all the components that we need to consider for costing, etc. So there are multiple stakeholders that have to be considered, and it also gives you more involvement, more robustness when you consider a model, because a model is as good as robust inputs go into it. That is why we try to make it more, real world, as close to real world as possible. So when we started, this, say, 8 years ago, we did not have any evidence for our own health system. What are the costs? And so a large exercise was undertaken. Are you aware of this database? Right. So a large exercise was undertaken in multiple government hospitals, tertiary, secondary, and even primary care, to estimate what is the unit cost of providing a service. Say, for example, what is the cost of a cesarean section in a district hospital, or in a sub-district hospital, or in a tertiary medical college facility? So this elaborate exercise was undertaken, and this database is out in public domain. There is a drop-down menu. You can just say tertiary hospital, cesarean section, what is the unit cost of providing a service? So for us, when you say cost of providing service, it is, you may only consider क्या उसमें क्या medicine लगा, क्या resource लगा, just the over and above costs, overheads. That is what you might think. But what here, when a costing is done, it is also what is assumed to be already present. Say, for example, the health workforce. They are already there. Why we should consider the cost of health workforce? Because they are already there. But the government is bearing the cost of, providing salaries to that health workforce. So it is a very detailed exercise where, suppose I'm a gynecologist, I will have to spend my time in the operation theater, in the OPD, etc., etc. So even my salary is accounted for providing that particular service. And so these detailed methodologies are undertaken when we have to do this costing. So with the help of this database, life has become very much easy. We can extract the cost information from there. Similarly, for health-related quality of life. So in India, we did not have any normative values for what it means full quality of life for general population in India. And so another big exercise was undertaken, and I think about 3,000 and odd normal healthy individuals were, questioned about their quality of life. And some tariffs have been now estimated from Indian context. And this is a very important parameter that has helped us to, develop our own quality measures for different disease conditions. So we have our normative tariffs, and when we have to look at what it is for a disease condition, obviously we need to do more primary data collection, and then there is a calculation how you use these tariffs against the disease and then calculate the qualities for particular situations. So in all this exercise, apart from these two aspects, evidence synthesis forms the very, very important mainstay. Basically, we need to know what is the nature of disease in our context. It may vary the way the disease is in Indian context compared to, say, any other Southeast Asian country or otherwise. So what are the different health states that we are considering given the intervention that we are looking at, the epidemiology of this of the condition? What is the standard of care? So you need to read our own guidelines, our own manuals. Look at what are the available comparators, and we need to do a thorough search on what are the existing comparators that are already published. Do we have any standard of care? Standard of care, see, as I said, we are currently considering from public health system perspective. So all our national guidelines form our standard of care. So if it is some drug for a TB, then what is the standard of care for TB in current context? So it means the physiological condition. Sorry? It may be it is something which is after disease. It is after disease. Yeah. Okay. Not for preventive. Preventive also we do have standard guidelines, right? For even prevention. So whatever is the current standard of care, and it may differ. What is it at primary healthcare compared to the tertiary hospital? The standard of care may differ. So your perspective matters when you develop your PICO, from which perspective you are looking at and what level of care that you are wanting to look at this intervention.
Why perspective? It must be some guideline or some data.
No, health system perspective or a societal perspective, because it is from only the government perspective or payers perspective is what we also
Yeah.
need to understand. So
Societal perspective is not standardized.
no, it is not standardized, but when we say societal perspective, as you said, opportunity cost or out-of-pocket expenditure that is met by the patient has to be considered. If it is only health system perspective, then maybe we are not so concerned about the payers part, right? So, yeah.
So ma'am, this is related to the antibiotic resistance that has increased, via hospitals. I mean, it has been reported that, earlier the antibiotics, the microorganism strains for which, drugs were very, very potent available, but nowadays due to antibiotic resistance developed and hospital acquired infections are increasing. So are there any SOPs that they reduce, hospital acquired antibiotic resistance?
I think you are on a very different track because you see, there must be, because antibiotic resistance is very big problem in current context. But there are no guidelines as such because it is a surveillance part. There is a normal surveillance that is done, and newer drugs are already introduced as per the resistance that is studied and surveyed over time being developed. So if there are hospital acquired infections, and obviously there are protocols how to prevent those in hospital settings. So what we are talking here is about standard guidelines when we want to consider the standard of care. So for example, you may have a innovation related to some diagnostic procedure. So if I have to consider that for HTA, I need to know what is the standard of care currently being used for that particular test, what is being used in the context. For example, if we are looking at, say, TB as our case scenario, and you have some new diagnostic tests. So what is it used in the public health system is the standard of care. That is what we are considering. If we are saying for prevention, then it is another part of the story. Yeah.
You had two questions. One is that the end user who is the healthcare worker, the non-clinician, that could be a lab technician or a nurse in a public health system, is their feedback on the product also taken into account?
Yeah, so it is not considered in the analysis, but when you have validation, if you have a validation report, and if there is a very clear mention about how difficult it is or additional time that is needed to perform that particular, those components are obviously taken when we do the modeling. So the time, the resources that are used or the ease of doing, so those indirect components are already considered when we do. Yeah.
Okay. And my second question is that I think what I understood is that this is an economic modeling exercise. You're not actually piloting the product in the real world.
No.
But we also find that our regulator doesn't test many of the parameters that need to be validated for use in the real world. Temperature. So many products fail at that.
I come to that. So these challenges we already face. So yeah, very good. You're on the right track. So can I continue? I'll address that as we go along. Now, we also need to look at if there are already some systematic, cost effectiveness analysis done for the similar product elsewhere. So if it is already tested elsewhere. So unless it's an indigenous product, it wouldn't be obviously, but maybe the mechanism on which you have developed might also have been tested elsewhere. So it is very important to see if there is a cost effectiveness analysis that is already done. So it becomes much easier because we'll have some data related to that product elsewhere. So nowadays, what we are increasingly observing is that there is a indigenous make of something that is already available. And so you may not necessarily have robust data for your own product in India, but if the mechanics of the entire product is almost at par with that, then we can normally consider it to be similar and use those for our analysis if there is no enough robust evidence in India, in Indian side. So that is very important. Of course, the out-of-pocket expenditure and quality of life that we mentioned, and if there are drugs, vaccines, or any other situations like programmatic interventions, we need to look at what are the adverse events reported or side effects that are being reported, long-term studies if there are already there. All these are very important. So what data sources would you look at? So there are different databases or big survey data that are already available for epidemiological. I won't go into these details. Yes.
Ma'am, perspective of disease, is disease only considered for this type of studies? I am talking about disability. Disability is not a disease.
Correct.
So that
not necessarily, because suppose you have a device which is helping the patient, a disabled patient, in whatever way, improving his quality of life. So the disabled, the cohort will be people who have that disability. You start with that. And then you consider a scenario with and without that intervention, whatever. Suppose it is a footwear, artificial footwear. Okay, I'm just giving you a scenario. So what happens with and without? So it is not a disease, but we can hypothetically think how his quality of life will improve with and without the intervention. Right? And if it is a disease that is causing that disability, we obviously have to consider the disease part of the story as well. Because that is how it will progress, the disease will progress, and what happens then with the intervention, how much effective it would remain, continue to remain even when the disease has progressed. Can you give an example if you're thinking on something?
So I startup that is building prosthetic hands.
Okay.
So we fit people with prosthetic hands.
Okay.
So I am not aware if such a study is conducted or any such study is conducted regarding assistive technology, the cost benefit analysis. So I was going on that.
So prosthetic hand, so it is an accident, if there is an accidental or deformity.
Accident, deformity, so nowadays we get cases of cancer as well.
Right. So that is what I'm getting for. So if that intervention continues to remain that effective in a given disease condition, whether when it is in controlled state or even if the disease worsens, it continues to remain. So hand obviously could remain, but if it is a neurological deformity, then if the disease worsens, then your prosthetic whatever hands may not continue to function in a similar manner. So it is very important to consider the background of the situation that you are going to consider. So in a model, you may have proportions of individuals who have deformity at birth, deformity due to accident, deformity, and then build your model accordingly so that it could have all these scenarios, whatever are possible. It is easily, we can easily fit into the different scenarios. Yeah, right. So these are all the databases we generally look for in epidemiological studies to get the information on what is the burden, what is the probability of the disease progression from one health state to another, mortality rates, etc. For clinical efficacy, we look for obviously the clinical trial registries or the published literature. There are many other clinical trial platforms that we look at or Cochrane, and then I'm coming to the systematic review and analysis, which forms the mainstay. Now, as we all know, hierarchy of evidence is so very important. If you just have small sample size studies without a comparator, it becomes very difficult for us to consider those for our analysis. So one humble submission is when you are doing your validation studies, please have good numbers, first of all, in terms of your samples. Make it as robust as possible in terms of having good comparators, say standard of care, as we were mentioning. In your case, obviously, there wouldn't be any, but if there are already devices that are being used, please use them and have them. Don't do a single arm study, because then it loses its potency to use it in our model. Then it is not very robust. So it is always important to have that comparator and consider as many comparators that you can think of, because then it can help. Otherwise, there will be a lot of limitations the way we model these, right? So in case of drugs or vaccines, systematic reviews are very, very essential. Because there are so many different types of study designs, different types of populations that are studied, and there is so much literature out there that it is very difficult to pick and choose, and then it is going to create a bias in the way we are picking those estimates for the model. And so it is important to conduct the reviews in such a manner that we have a point estimate, looking at all that is available in literature, putting it into a perspective and getting that robust information to say what is best. Secondly, we are more interested in effectiveness data than efficacy. Now, you will agree with me that when a randomized control trial is done, it is done in a very controlled situation, in a very limited number, and it is also done for a limited time frame. So we do not know the disease or the outcomes over a long period of time. But there may be studies out there which have phase 3 trials that are looked at the same drug over a period of time. So just looking at RCT is not adequate. We also need to have those other studies looked at. So all available literature is very, very precious, and we need to do a thorough search of what is out there about the. You might have heard of instances where the drug is withdrawn from the market after some time because in the RCTs it was proven to be very effective, but over a long period of time the adverse events or these things have been reported. So we cannot ignore them and just consider RCT as the best evidence. And even RCTs, they may be of small sample size. They are not well, randomized. So there are a lot of biasness which need to be looked at. So all these things can be addressed by doing good search. So one good thing, first thing could be a robust, quick scoping review, as we call. Just look at what is all there, put things in perspective. And then there is another form of review, which is systematic review, where you systematically create a search strategy, find out what exactly you want to look at. Again, you need to develop a very good standard peak. What is the population intervention comparator and outcome that you're wanting to look at when you're doing a systematic search, and put all these into a protocol. So what it helps us to do is to minimize the bias and also get a thorough review of what is available in literature to improve the reliability of the findings that are there. So when you have multiple studies, say specifically RCTs, we need to conduct another level of analysis, what we call meta-analysis, because all those RCTs would probably report different odds ratio or later risk, and we don't know which one to choose. So we need to compile them and do a meta-analysis to get those estimates to be used in the model. So when you do a systematic review, how many of you have some idea about SRMA? Systematic review and meta-analysis, right? So this itself is a workshop. It is so I cannot do justice just by putting out those points here, but I'll just give you a flavor that it is a different project in itself, which takes a very good amount of time. We need at least 2 people to do the search because they independently need to look at things and agree on what is the review saying. If there are discrepancies, there has to be a well thought of plan how you're going to resolve that, as a third person has to intervene and have that agreement. And also this entire thing has to be written in such a way that you don't miss out anything that is out there. So for example, if you want to use the word contraception in your search term, you should find out all the synonyms that people might have used to address contraception in their literature. So family planning, spacing, limiting pregnancies, unintended pregnancies, you think of, and many times your keywords in your papers will help you guide how much can you stretch in terms of compiling all your the terms that you want to use in your search strategies. So protocol development, you need to register it somewhere so that if there is somebody else who is already doing such a search, if it is already published, how is your search going to be different? So you need to look at all those. What are all the different databases that you want to look at? That has to be enumerated. Many times these are not very accessible databases and they are very expensive and paid ones. So even not all can have access to all the databases. So you need to have a plan how you are going to access those databases. You need to have stringent inclusion exclusion criteria, how you will do the selection, extraction and quality assessment and appraisal of each of those studies. And of course, the final synthesis and interpretation and report writing. So this is basically we need to, what I mentioned about keywords, it is called MESH. MESH is medical subject heading. So these are the keywords that you need to have in your search strategy. And you need to use something called Boolean operators. These are and, or, not. These are some of the things. So unintended pregnancy and contraception, or something like that. So you have to really think a lot to use these terminologies in the right way. The whole intention is to not miss any source that is available out there, right? And ultimately, you arrange all this information in the form of a Prisma chart. This is one of the mainstay of any systematic review. If you don't have this chart, nobody is going to accept your report or your paper. So it gives a very thorough information of how much numbers have you accessed, how did you select what you want to finally comment on, and what was your strategy at every stage? Why are you excluding some? Why are you considering some? And each of those, detailed processes are mentioned there. After finalizing your X number of papers that you want to review, and you have done the thorough analysis, it is very important to also look at biasness or thorough review of whether the paper is robust or the methodologies are robust, whether they are precise in the way they have concluded their recommendations. So there are various checklists to assess or review these, and these are available very easily. CASP checklist, if you Google, you will find those checklists, and they are different for different types of study designs. So you will not miss out on any of these important things if you consider these different checklists. And after having done all this, it is very important to grade your evidence.
whether it is of very good quality or moderate or low, or there is not enough information. Why we need to do all this for an HTA is, if there is no enough evidence, then we cannot take it further for an HTA process. We say, sorry, more evidence needs to be generated before we take it up for HTA. So these processes are very, very important. Now, from all these reviews, what are the key indicators or statistics that we want to consider for our model? So you will get the papers mentioning all these different types of statistics out there. Now, are these directly to be used in our model? The answer is no, because these are what the studies are saying. What we need to have is probabilities when we are using it in the model. So what is the probability of a disease progressing from stage A to B? What is the probability, transition probabilities as we call for the model? And there are very detailed steps how to convert these basic statistics into probabilities. So that is another detailed, exercise. But so these are the formulas. So it is very easy to say if it is a relative risk. So it is the probability of outcome in the exposed compared to the unexposed. So if you have relative risk and you want to know probability of and also one of these measures is available, then you have to just use these formulas and calculate the probabilities. So this is one big exercise that goes into before populating the model. And all the comparative data has to be translated into a non-comparative data and then into transition probabilities. So it is not just pick and choose from what is there in the literature, but then separate groundwork has to be done to get those point estimates to be used in the model. And these probabilities could be, related to the transition or also the events that we want to consider when we are modeling for the particular disease. Right. So I stop here. As I mentioned, each of these processes is a workshop on its own. Systematic review and meta-analysis, at least 2 days workshop, Dr. Seema, and even the other hands-on, So if anybody is interested further, the whole intention here is to tell you 2 things. One is, what is that HTA team is looking at when you're developing any product or patenting anything and you are trying to do an HTA. So if you do not have cost parameters, if you do not have these quality parameters, then it will be difficult for us to directly use those in our model. We have to generate it. So my request is, when you are trying to validate your product, also do the cost measurements. Please also consider the health states as we would think in terms of HTA, and develop the quality adjusted life measures for each of those health states. When you publish a report, if all these are available, it is just easy for us to model. Otherwise, it is another task to be accomplished. Many times we take expert opinions or we assume this situation might be similar to another disease condition which is almost similar. For example, if it is a hysterectomy, done for, say, heavy menstrual bleeding, it is very different from an obstetric hysterectomy. So if you have looked at any device to prevent, say, postpartum hemorrhage, and it's an obstetric hysterectomy compared to a hysterectomy that is performed, say, for endometrial cancer or fibroid. So the quality adjusted life years, although you're removing the same organ, it is not same. It will be definitely different if it is an obstetric hysterectomy. So if it is very relevant and precise to your condition, it becomes much more worthy an exercise than to hypothetically assume that both these conditions are almost similar. So I stop here and would be happy to answer any questions. Yeah.
a great overview of the entire thing. I understand that it's a very subject, systematic review, very clinical evaluation of data. Do you use any other strategy apart from the PICO strategy?
What do you mean?
Like apart from PICO, which we generally use for clinical evaluation also. So is there any other strategy that you will use for, getting all the literature?
So as I said, scoping review, but you need, it is best to have a PICO because what is it that you will serve otherwise, right? So, I would not say use any other strategy, you go by PICO because if everything is laid down very clearly, you are more precise, you are not going to miss out anything and can also detail out what you are looking at.
Another suggestion I have is that, as ma'am also said in her talk, that generally the HTA comes when entire, the innovation life cycle is at the end. Like the clinical studies are over and then startup or the company has the clinical data in hand and then the SPA will come in between. But I believe if it comes beforehand, like before performing the clinical trials, if startups are aware that, okay, what kind of data, clinical evidence, the HTA or the regulatory authorities are looking at, then it would be more beneficial in planning the clinical studies likewise. As you said also that do a method comparison study is more valuable compared to do the single solo study on a particular device, their own device. So, but there should be enough, I think,
Sensitization and awareness among very good point. I think that is important. So CDSCO guidelines, you might have to look at, maybe have a talk even from their perspective, as you had patent Mitra, delivering what is expected in a patent. So you can also look at those guidelines. But what we have seen is CDSO approvals are given even if validation, as he rightly said, not all parameters and very small data, even there it is. So their requirements are not huge, I guess. They're very, very minimal and we want to look at many more things. See, HTA is an evolving thing. I mean, as you rightly said, we could do it beforehand, but then there will be a lot of assumptions. And if you have too many assumptions in the model, it is not very good. So we could do it as a, initial phase, but then the final outcome is what we'll have to tweak later. Do you do any hypothetical costing or pricing? Not hypothetical because that is something that we do not consider. We try to get from some source. For example, we recently did a costing exercise for HPV vaccination. So we did not have anything in hand to actually estimate those, but we had some similar exercise done for rubella vaccine recently. Rubella vaccine. So we assumed that many things would be, similar. So we have some logic why we consider secondary data and not, because primary data collection takes time, resource, and many a times the policy makers are always in a hurry to get results very fast. And even if you do primary data in a short time, it will be limited to some situations nearby around us. It cannot be very robust in a way. But then we have a method called sensitivity analysis where we tweak our parameters either going left or right and see, in spite of varying these parameters on either side, how robust is your ICER estimate. If it remains robust, then, and when we even vary, we do have some logic why we are varying. Suppose one study is an outlier, but we look at confidence intervals also, how much we have to, vary those estimates. And if it is related to cost, as you said, opportunity costs are not considered, but if it is something that is procured in the health system, probably it is a negotiated cost and you do not go below that. It is already a negotiated. So you might only increase it and not So everywhere there is some logic involved and explained when we do this sensitivity analysis. Yeah.
So very practical perspective, we are understanding that there is a gap between what the regulator wants and the input data that HTA and requires to conduct an HTA. So would it be right to say that if an innovator is going to approach HTA with a proposal, with a problem, saying, I would like to undergo this, not only should they have received a previously observed, they should have conducted anti-scientific studies, including in the intended environment in which the product is expected to be used and not just in a controlled environment. They should also have done various other kinds of testing that CDSO doesn't require. And they should have also piloted the product to get in the real world before they come to you.
Ideally, yes.
Okay.
But if your standard of care is nothing,
Yes.
then there is value addition why you would still recommend, want to do it. And say, yeah, more studies are required or, in real world. But you cannot just limit to say 50 samples and say it is validated. So I would not really call it a multi-centric study because it will be another huge project and time consuming, but at least have some different populations, at least some numbers studied. So if you are expecting this to be a screening test, which is to be used in a community setting, and you're doing your validation in a tertiary hospital setting, and how are we supposed to understand how it will function? And like you rightly said, we had some hemoglobinometers which did not function well at higher altitudes or temperature situations. So as an innovator, you need to think of all these aspects when you are wanting to validate your results so that it is not limited to, or then our HTA will be limited to these settings. We can also do that.
Last question.
No problem.
Talking about standard of care. So the standard of care, economic of care is like.
No. Standard of care is related to the intervention. Intervention के साथ जो आप comparator, if you want to consider as a comparator, we are talking of standard of care from that perspective.
But economic of care will apply here.
What do you mean economics of?
So we are setting the standard for the care. A standard, so for maintaining the standard, policymaker apply for the economic of care.
See, when you say standard of care, for example, there is a drug A, which is the standard of care. So we will consider all the cost implications related to use of that standard of care in our setting.
Yes, that is
because that is what we will already consider, because we need to have the cost implications for both the intervention as well as the comparator. It's not a very difficult topic, but it's not so easy to grasp everything in 1 hour. And that is why I would request you to read more, which is all out on the website. We are just based in Mumbai. If any of you want to come and discuss with us, most welcome. We are there to support and
like said, it's different from RCT, but RCT also try to split it into different hubs, and from some part, what is the investment, what is that here happened, that intervention happened, what is presently without intervention. How it's different?
RCT is only looking at clinical outcomes, right? Your HTA is looking at cost effectiveness of that, where you are looking at the clinical effectiveness, the cost and the quality of life all put together in a model. It's not just clinical effectiveness. Otherwise, that is how our guidelines have been formulated based on the clinical effectiveness. But whether if I had all the money, then I would choose the best intervention that your RCT has proven to. But for a government system with limited resources, I should not be compelled, or I cannot always provide the best care So is it cost effective is my question, because I have limited resources and I have so many, to address. So many problems to address and the population is also good.
Because critical varsity is also like it's so much expensive.
Yeah, but we are not asking to do an RCT, we are only talking from after an RCT is done.
Dr. Bina, no, Professor Shankar has done it. Thank you so much, Dr. Bina. Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Shankar, can you please share your screen? Dr. Navneet can share.
Yeah, I think Dr. Navneet will share. And should we start, or is it okay?
Yes.
So let us know when we can start. Mira, you'll have to confirm if the slides are visible in full view and we can begin. We can't hear you, Mira.
Professor Shankar, just give me a moment.
Sure.
इना रिफ्लेक्ट नहीं हो रहा है उधर.
To print देने के लिए
नहीं. Okay, Dr. Shankar, now you are on, your screen is visible. You can speak now. You are on mute.
Yeah, we'll start, Mira. So
Yes.
thank you very much for inviting us to deliver this talk. I do understand that there's been a delay in the overall sessions. So, and I had another meeting to join in. So my colleague, Dr. Navneet, will be taking these sessions that are there. I could hear a lot of discussions that very interesting discussions that were taking place in the previous session where Dr. Bina was taking the lecture. And several of those points will also get somehow reiterated during this session as Dr. Navneet goes through these slides. But I hope that there might be certain answers to some of those questions that were also being raised during the previous session that may come up during this lecture. So with that background, I'll hand it over to my colleague, Dr. Navneet Kaur, to please take over the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. So, good afternoon, all of you. So, I hope I am audible. Yes. Okay, okay. So, I will start without wasting much time. I will start with the lecture. So, the first part of the presentation will be about the framing of the economic evaluation and interpreting the economic evidence. So, you might have been discussed in the from since the morning about the how to plan the economic evaluations. So for economic evaluations, we have HTN in India has their own guidelines, which we call as India reference case. So these are the guidelines which has been published, and these guidelines provide the recommendations on various key principles that needs to be taken care while designing any economic evaluations, starting from the question, the research question that is in context, which could be in the form of a PICO, the comparator that we are going to compare, the perspective, and all other things. So I will be talking in detail about few of the components in the next few slides. So coming on to while planning any economic evaluation, the first and the most important question that comes into the mind is about for whom we are going to answer this question. So this is called this we in economic evaluation we call this as a study perspective. So this is a viewpoint that are we going to adopt while undertaking an economic evaluation. So this perspective will determine what all costs and health benefits we will be including. For example, the perspective could be the patient perspective, in which we are answering from the patient's perspective about the value of an intervention. And similarly, the perspective could be from a payer's perspective or a health system perspective, or from a wider societal level perspective. So this perspective determines what all costs we will be including while conducting an economic evaluation, as well as the health benefits. So giving some more detailed example on the cost that will be included depending on the perspective are, if we are talking about the health system perspective only, so health system will be concerned only about the cost that the health system is spending on providing the services. So those could be the only direct medical costs that will be included in the health system perspective. But when we talk about the patient perspective, so patient will incur some extra expenditure that could be direct medical or non-medical costs. So direct medical could be like some of the drugs might not be available while the patient is is going to a hospital for the services. So he will be spending some out of pocket money to buy some medicines or some consumables. So those costs, in the health system perspective, we are not much worried about those costs. Only the health system costs are included, but in patient perspective, those costs, out of pocket expenditure, also gets included. Then also the non-medical costs, like the travel cost or the accommodation cost that patient is spending, or the another cost that could be the indirect cost, that could be the cost with the associated with the caregiver who is traveling with the patient, the boarding lodging of the caregiver. Then when we talk about the societal perspective, that is a very broad perspective in which we try to incorporate all the costs and the health benefits which are included. So if we talk about the costs in a societal perspective, the medical cost, the out-of-pocket expenditure, the indirect costs that are related with the caregiver or the someone accompanying the patients, as well as some intangible cost. Here intangible costs are the ones which we cannot actually measure, like the loss of leisure time of the patient or the person who is accompanying the patients. Such costs also gets included. But in Indian reference case, a brief societal perspective is recommended. So here we only include direct medical and direct non-medical costs that are borne by the health system and the patients. And the indirect costs are included in the sensitivity analysis. Then coming on to the analytical horizon. So this refers to the total time period for which we are considering the cost and the consequences of an interventions. So this depends upon the natural history of the disease or the technology which is under consideration. So it is very important to take to consider that our analytical horizon should be as long as enough to capture all the related costs and the consequences. So if there is in cases of acute conditions which do not have some lifelong repercussions, the analytical horizon could be small. But if there are any conditions in which there are lifelong disabilities or the costs or the health outcomes that are going to incur over a longer duration of horizon, we recommend to have a lifetime horizon in this. So then, while we design for a economic evaluation, most important thing comes into our mind is what will be the comparator. So here the comparator could be any. It could be any single intervention or a mix of interventions, or in some cases it could also be a doing nothing. For example, if we are talking about any a new vaccine that needs to be evaluated, so in current scenario, if there is no vaccine available, then the comparator could be the no vaccination as a scenario. But also it could be the best available evidence or the best available alternative can also be compared. Also, or if they for some of the programs there could be a single or there are already ongoing interventions that have been rolled out, we can compare them. So even there is an option to also we can also compare the alternate levels of intensity for a new intervention. For example, if we are going to, like, if there is any screening intervention that we are evaluating, so we can, in economic modeling, we can model by defining the screening interval. It could be annual screening or screening after 5 years or 10 years. So these all scenarios can be made and they can be compared. So this is an example of some of the comparators. For example, the first example is about the typhoid vaccination to be rolled out in a country. So the comparator could be the no vaccination scenario. So this is a do nothing type of comparator. Similarly, in some of the questions, there could be some interventions already ongoing in a country. For example, the hemodialysis here. This is a current practice that is ongoing, and a peritoneal dialysis is an intervention which is being compared against the hemodialysis. So here the comparator type is a current practice type of comparator. So similarly, these are few of the examples of the intervention and the comparators. Then coming on to the measuring the health outcomes. So there are two you might have discussed since the morning about the tools for measuring the health outcomes. The health outcomes can be measured as a disability adjusted life years and the quality adjusted life years. But our Indian reference case, it recommend for using a QALYs, that is quality adjusted life years, as a health outcome. Then coming on to the second part of the presentation, where we will try to see how to interpret an economic evidence. So you are all aware of what economic evaluation is actually. It is a comparative analysis of alternative courses of actions, both in terms of cost and price. So basically, there should be this is a comparative analysis, so we should have two options. So here we have treatment A and treatment B. So we are going to compare the costs as well as the consequences. Consequences could be here in the form of health benefits that we have just discussed, that we will be measuring the QALYs, and then the cost associated with both the treatments, and then we are comparing them. So when we are comparing these cost and effects, so we could have these different options. So we will try to determine the differences between the cost and the consequences in this while doing the economic evaluations. So here we will plot these differences. So in the x-axis, we will plot the effect difference, which is we call as a difference in the QALYs, or the consequence difference of drug A versus drug B. While on the y-axis, we are plotting the difference in the costs. So, the question here arises, if our new treatment, that is our drug A, is more effective, that is, effect difference is positive but less costly, means the costs are negative. So what will happen in such situations? Anyone from the audience? So if we are comparing two options, one and our new options that we are considering, it is more effective, that we have more benefit from that intervention, and that intervention is coming at a less cost. We are spending less money to get more benefits. So would you be willing to accept that intervention or not? So when the intervention is more effective and less costly, that is a dominant intervention, means we will accept that intervention, that is a dominant. Similarly, there could be another option in which the benefits will be less, that is, the effect difference is negative, but the costs are more. So less effective and more costly intervention. So such interventions will be dominated. We will outrightly reject such interventions. But there could also be some interventions. So here it's very clear that the dominant interventions, more effective and less costly, we will accept them, while we will exclude the ones which are less effective and the more costly. But there will be few interventions which will fall in these two quadrants, quadrant 1 and 3, which are either they are less effective and less costly, or they could be more effective and more costly. So generally in our day-to-day scenario, we come across such interventions which are either more effective and more costly. So in such cases, the decision is generally a questionable decision. So we need to have some threshold or something to interpret these findings. So in such cases, what we do is we calculate an incremental cost effectiveness ratio. So this is basically a ratio of difference in cost divided by the difference in benefits. So this is similar to the previous slide, in which we have two choice, program A and program B. We have cost associated with them and the effects associated with them. So we have calculated the difference in cost and we have divided them with the difference in effects. So when we do this, then we get the ratio which we called as an incremental cost effectiveness ratio. So these are the few examples of the incremental cost effectiveness ratio from a few of the studies. So what happens in, so we will get, what is this ICER? This is a, basically, this is the cost per QALY. So this is a cost and divided by the effects. So we get these such type of figures in our incremental cost effectiveness ratios. So how to interpret these ICERs? We have a threshold which we called as a cost effectiveness threshold. This is the basically maximum value of one additional unit of health generated that a payer is willing to pay. So generally there are many thresholds which there are many methods of determining these threshold ratios, and but in India we generally use 1 time GDP per capita as a threshold. So in earlier, WHO has given a guidance in which they say if it is less than GDP per capita, it is a very cost effective. 1 to 3 times is the cost effective, and more than 3 times is a not cost effective. But in India, we commonly use 1 time GDP per capita, which is a threshold for cost effectiveness. So here GDP per capita is 2,30,000. So if we come back to this example, so now how we will interpret these results if you can see that the very first example of the drug, that is trastuzumab, biosimilar drug. So here the threshold, the ICER that we get from our analysis is 3,86,518, but our threshold was around 2,30,000. So this value is above our threshold value. So this intervention turns out to be not cost effective. But when we see the next intervention, which is about the screening of depression among the general population, what happens over here is that the value of ICER comes to around 48,000, which is below our threshold GDP per capita. So this is a cost-effective intervention, and we accept this intervention. We recommend this intervention for a public program. Similarly, the next one, 4 lakh, this is above the threshold value. So we reject this intervention. But I would like to reiterate over here that this is not just a this is not just that the decisions are made on the basis of an ICERs. After such analysis, if we found that the intervention turns out to be not cost effective, then there are other scenario analysis and the price threshold analysis that are done after this to estimate the value-based prices of such interventions. Such tools help the payer to negotiate with the manufacturers on a value-based price for a drugs and the interventions. So, any questions regarding that? I hope I am audible.
Yes, Dr. Navneet. There are no questions. You may continue.
Okay. So the second part of the presentation was about the case studies about the use of HTA in India. So in this, I would like to focus on the case studies of the HTA use in India. There will be few examples, and then we would like to bring what are the evidence requirements for the use of HTA, and the HTA for what HTA could mean for an industry or an innovator. So coming on to the case studies, so the first and the most important case study, this was the first study that was commissioned by the HTAN. It was about the safety engineered syringe use for therapeutic care in India. So what was done in this was there was types of safety engineered syringes which were evaluated. One was the reuse prevention syringes, sharp injury prevention syringes, and the syringes with both the RUP and SIP components. So this analysis was conducted to determine to see the cost effectiveness of safety engineered syringes for the therapeutic care, and the comparator over here was the current practice, which was disposable syringes that were used in the at that time. So basically in Punjab there were a lot of bloodborne infections at that time, and the government was very keen to work on some intervention to control that bloodborne infection. So this analysis was performed as a part of that, and it was found that the reuse prevention syringes were found to be a cost-effective interventions, and that was recommended to the government, and it was adopted by the Punjab and Andhra Pradesh state government, and after that many other governments have also adopted this intervention. One of another important finding from this intervention was it was found that we have also done the value-based price for this intervention. It was found that if the price of the syringe can be bring down to less than 2 rupees, the intervention becomes cost saving. And the government was getting such evidence. The government was also able to negotiate the prices with the manufacturers, and the procurement price of the syringe was bring down to less than 2 rupees, and there was substantial savings to the government budget. Similarly, another important example was on the treatment of hepatitis C, in which there was a drug, there was a two regimen which were compared to see which regimen is cost effective for the standard treatment guidelines and under the Mukhyamantri Punjab hepatitis C program. So here we found that the pan-genotypic drugs were found to be cost effective, and they were also recommended in the program. Another important study was about the strategies for the cervical cancer screening. So here the question included multiple options to compare. First was which method to use to screen the population. Second was at what frequency. So we the three different methods were compared at that time. One was visual inspection with acetic acid, pap smear, and HPV DNA. And then and also the frequency of the screening, which could be 3 years, 5 years, or the 10 years. So different scenarios were made, and they were compared against each other. And it was found at that time was the screening with VIA at 5 years of interval was found to be cost effective. And this was also recommended in the NPNCD guidelines. But here I would like to reiterate that also the evidence gets with the time, the HTA evidence also gets evolved as the technologies evolved. So at the when this analysis was conducted initially, the HPV DNA was very expensive test. But now later on, due to many other advancement, the prices has also been bring down, and also there are other programmatic challenges. So this study is again being carried out to see what at current time what would be the best approach to screen for the cervical cancer. So, so based on those findings, all the studies or all the technologies that are found to be cost effective, or what DHR does is it promotes the uptake of these technologies by giving them on the GEM portal, that is Government e-Marketplace. So a total of 32 technologies has been evaluated till now, and out of them 26 have been on GEM portal of various states. So coming on to these technologies are all those technologies for which there was an effectiveness was well established. So so here I would like to reiterate that the mandatory requirement for the HTA is the effectiveness. So in HTA, what happens is whenever industry or an innovator submits a topic for an evaluation, the first of all the topic is being assessed during a topic prioritization meeting. So for that, it is very important that any intervention or any technology that is being submitted, it should have a robust evidence of effectiveness of the intervention. So without robust evidence on the intervention effectiveness, the technologies usually gets rejected at the level of the topic prioritization only. So basically, our current guidelines, what they recommend, that is systematic reviews and meta-analysis or the RCTs are the preferred source of evidence for the effectiveness. So this is one of the case where new technology was being evaluated for the cervical cancer screening. This was some AI-based tool, but this was rejected because when the committee see the published evidence, it was found that the evidence of effectiveness was not robust enough to conduct a full economic evaluation. Now here, most of you must be thinking that if this is a case, then HTA might act as a barrier for an industry rather than a facilitator. So I would like to bring your attention on a point what HTA can serve for the innovators. Basically, most of the innovators, what the key challenges that they that they face are the lack of early feedback during their product development stages, or there are in the very early stages there are uncertainties about the market access, reimbursement pathways, or what would be the true value of their product when the product will be ready. And in most of the cases, the innovators tend to spend a huge amount of money in their research and development phases, and they are not very sure about whether when their technology will be ready, whether it will be it will be have an uptake by the government or not. So the returns are very unpredictable. So also there is a slow adoption of the innovative technologies because due to the lack of the evidence of the effectiveness and other such issues. So these are the few challenges that the industry might face in their journey of the product development. So such issues, they can be answered by early HTA methods. So the early HTA is a type of a HTA. It's a basically the whole the HTA process in which, even in the absence of effectiveness evidence, a model or a robust economic evaluation is done. But for the parameters which are lacking and the evidence is uncertain, those parameters are used from expert opinions or from the deliberative consultations with the stakeholders. And what we do is we try to identify the potential value of that technology. So such methods they can help in even the innovators in their research and development phase about the decision making, about finding out the what could be the target product profile for their innovation, also what could be the potential value that their innovation is going to generate in the future. Moreover, this can also help them to decide what all key parameters they need to assess to establish the effectiveness of their interventions. So early HTA is a tool that can be used to build the confidence of the innovators with data-driven insights. So one of the example could be in the very early HTA in the early HTA stages, what innovators can get is they can have various price points and various points of the clinical effectiveness, which will help them to understand what could be the minimum effective clinical effectiveness that they need to achieve, and what could be the corresponding price point or the price point that they should that they can charge for that value of their interventions. So in this diagram, the shaded area, that is a gray shaded area, it presents all the combinations of the price points and the effectiveness, which in future when assessed will make the technology a cost effective one. Similarly, this is another pictorial representation of HTA as a life cycle approach that can be adopted. So, as I said earlier, the HTA can be done even from the very starting point, that is when there is a basic research or the idea generation point or the concept feasibility points. In the early stages, this is termed as an early HTA. But when the product is completely ready and is ready for a clinical research and the validation, then we have some data in our hand on the effectiveness of the interventions. So the conventional HTA pathway follows. Basically, the green highlighted phases, that is from phase 3. Currently, our guidelines only recommend for those technologies which have an established clinical effectiveness, and the conventional HTA is being done for those. But in some of the countries, even phase 1 and phase 2 trial data is used for doing a conventional HTA, and then recommendation based on those are given. So this is just a representation of the HTA. So HTA can serve as a tool for policymakers as well, and for the innovators and the industry as well. For the policymakers, it can help in deciding the value where to put the public money for the allocative decisions. So it will help to understand the it will help us to determine the efficiency of the and will help us to see go and what are the go and not go for the coverage of or the pricing decisions. But for the innovators, what they can go for is they can go for HTA at very early stages of their technology, and they can plan their research and developmental phases. They can demonstrate even the value of their interventions to the stakeholders. Also, this can help them to improve the market access of their products. So I will end here. If there are any questions, I will be happy to answer.
Any questions in you? Thank you, Dr. Navneet. I think there are no questions. Thank you so much for joining the last minute and for a very good session. Just let's thank Dr. Navneet.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.